So I've attempted to explain things in the past. That has not gone very well. And so I attempted to write things out. I attempted to explain things a little bit to certain people. Yeah, it just hasn't gone well. So I'm kind of giving up on the formality, and I'm gonna just explain everything off the top of my head. No scripts, nothing written out here. But I suppose what I'm explaining is just my life. I can't say what happens in the future, but what may happen might be sad, and if that becomes the case, I mean, this is, I guess, as closure. And even if not, things have already happened that have been pretty sad, and so I suppose this is kind of my explanation as to what has happened. I do apologize. I'm gonna try to go at several different perspectives here. I understand that I have a widely varying audience. There's people who are definitely upset with me, definitely people who judge me, definitely people who don't find me in good favor, and there's people who will probably be sad about it. There's people that I've left in the past. There's people who, there's a lot of different people who are going to look at this a lot of different ways, and so I'm gonna try to approach this as neutrally as possible. However, this is going to be a pretty thorough explanation. It's probably going to take a long time, but a lot of detail has been left out of a lot of things, and I've come up with a lot of lies, and so there's a lot of things that aren't known, and so I kind of want to explain that out. I think it's appropriate to. I do apologize that it's taken this long. I've turned myself into a bit of a liar. I'll get to that later, but darn, finally, bro. We've been waiting on this for a little too long. This should have happened like, what, a year and a half, 2 years ago? Probably 2 years ago. But here we are. We're finally getting around to it. So, I guess what I want to explain, I guess I'll get to, this is off the top of my head, I'm sorry, just bear with me. But I guess whatever else I need to explain, I'll explain later. I'm gonna go kind of in chronological order. Just the events of my life in the progression of time. I'm gonna step around and take steps back here and there. I'll try and note when I do that. But I wanna get some points across for sure, and I want to clear up some things. I have tried to make a shorter version. Once again, I've tried to explain this before, and it didn't go so well. I started writing things out. I just don't like. I think I might give access to that, but I tried to write it out, and that it just has not turned out well. I'm not a writer, so it's off the top of my head. I've tried to explain it. I just want to be able to explain everything all in one go. Just gonna throw everything out there and be done with it, and so we'll see how it goes, but chronological order, we'll start from before my life. My grandfather was not the greatest of people, and he did not treat his family very well, to my knowledge, and he maybe wasn't the greatest guy, and so that left my mother with some scars, and she developed pretty significant bitterness, pretty significant anger issues, and she has become a pretty disorderly person, a pretty not just definitely not the greatest, my best description is back when the Karen videos were popular, and there was the Karens, and they'd yell and scream over stupid things, and they were just disorderly and people on the internet would like laugh at that. That she would be at the point where nearly on a daily basis, not quite, sometimes multiple times a day, so on average, basically a daily basis, she would have her freak out, and rarely in public, sometimes though, but definitely at home, and she would scream over sometimes something, but usually over like the stupidest, just garbage. Like she can't find her phone, and that turns into multiple hours of her screaming at the top of her lungs as a baby would. And like if she like broke her leg, like she would not make a louder noise, like actually at the top of her lungs screaming, and crying and just complaining this and that, blaming other people, and just being completely disorderly realistically, while 100% sober, like she's just, yeah, that's just that was her. Yeah, she very, very bitter, very angry, very aggressive, very, very disorderly, and what I've been informed of is she didn't want children, because that's extra stress and just problems, and so, but my dad wanted children, so she agreed on 2 children. She said that she would not raise any more than 2 children, and so I'm the 4th child. So that's how my life started. She refused to raise me. Hell yeah. So that's cool. We're off to a great start. Another reason they want that many children is not a lot of money. My dad did not make a lot of money, and my mom didn't want to work. I mean, yeah, she just didn't want to work, and so she never really worked. But yeah, my dad did not have a very good job, and so he wasn't making a lot of money, and so I'm being raised in I don't know quite how much poverty. I really don't know. I've been told, to my knowledge, we've been under my family had been under the poverty line when I was a child, multiple times, but I can't confirm, I mean, I don't know. But we kept things going because my parents would have their children get jobs. My mom would babysit in air quotes. I mean, I'd be taking care of kids and she would get paid for it, and so that kind of contributed to things. So we figured it out, but yeah, childhood for me was a bit tough. Just being not having a lot of money. Not having luxuries, this and that, it sucks a little bit. You get over it. Mom, very, very emotionally abusive, very, very disorderly, very aggressive, very, very full of anger. That's tough. That's definitely rough. But you get over it. But I think a very difficult part was my family was religious, and of course, mom can't be disorderly at church, and so we've got to all be a good Christian family for church, and mom loves us very much at church, and I remember my mom telling me, this was later on in my life, but she did tell me, and this was consistent throughout my life, if I said anything about her behavior at church, she would quote beat the shit out of me, and so but knowing that from like childhood, I'm not gonna say nothing. Mom and dad scream at us, and then we go to church and we gotta suck it up. All right, we gotta you can't open up about that, and so So I've lived much of my life in a lie, pretty much. I should also mention I was technically homeschooled. I didn't go to school ever. I've never been to school, and so I didn't have friends. I had some what would be called friends at church, but realistically, I was at a point where I had to act like a completely different person for those people, due to home life and such. And so that was really tough for me. That was really difficult to go through that. And you can't be comforted by anybody. My older two siblings, they were not there for me. They said, suck it up, we probably have it worse. And I mean, I can't really argue with them too much. That's how it goes. But I might be able to argue with them a little bit. Mom didn't refuse to raise them; they refused to raise me and my one sister. But yeah, it was a tough position to be in, where your mom, someone who should love you, is screaming at you, hates you, this and that, looks you in the eyes, tells you, I don't love you, and you don't have anyone to go to. You don't have friends. You can't go to school and, get it off your mind. You're stuck with it. And you go to church and you can get it off your mind, but you gotta hold up a bold-faced lie. You gotta be completely different. You gotta act a bit. And so that was tough. That was difficult. That messed me up in as far as who I was as a person. It was tough, but you get over it. Everybody has challenges in life, and I don't mean to start this and just immediately look for empathy. That's not the point. I'll explain this later on. I've definitely made mistakes, and so I mean to give reasons for why why things have gone the way they have, not justifications. I don't believe I'm in the right because, my mom hit me once, so that means I get to do this and that. That's not, that's not what I want people to take from this. Just hear me out. Hold on with me. Hold on. Look, but childhood is just rough. It's tough. Not having school and taking care of other kids, because my mom would take the money, but she wouldn't take care of them. Learning to cook, because mom, she's not gonna cook. She's gonna microwave something and that's it. It was rough. She would scream and yell at us for she can't find her glasses. The fuck. It was rough. It was rough. It was definitely difficult, and so not having friends to help you overcome that. For parts of my life, I had the third child, my sister that I mentioned, but for also much of our lives we didn't get along, and so that was difficult. And so for here and there, I could go to her, but definitely there was quite a bit of time where I'm just off on my own. And so, yeah, it was tough. It was difficult. But you get through it. I tried to, I kind of broke down a little bit in my teens, and I wanted to go to other things. I tried to make friends. I couldn't really do much. I couldn't really sneak out of the house very much. So that didn't go very well, and I did not end up with very good friends. I started, on illegal substances, and trying to cope with things, and you gotta hide that. Mom and dad cannot find out about all that, and I think I did a pretty solid job, but it was just difficult, and I didn't want to be there. That was rough, and I didn't like the way that life was going, and so I tried to grow up a little bit. I tried to get out of this. I tried to mature. Hey, things are tough, but you gotta be the bigger person. You gotta overcome that. You can't have anger issues. You can't lash back out at your mom. You gotta take it, and you gotta keep forward with life. But it was tough, as my siblings started, leaving home and, taking off, more and more of, my mom's anger was, directed at me, and she didn't have anybody else to, scream at. So it was definitely tough. I remember I mentioned emotional abuse earlier. I don't know if that I said physical. She wasn't too bad physical, but definitely a little bit. Definitely. Sometimes, I mean, religion, this and that, and I get to spank my children. There's a difference between disciplining and what she was doing sometimes, but let's not forget the slapping and hitting occasionally though. But either way, I wanted to grow up from that. I wanted to, I tried making friends. It ain't go well, and I went to Minecraft kind of as an escape. I just didn't trust people no more. I'm like, I do this shit alone, and so I'm trying to do things on my own here. I'm trying to get over it. And so I went to Minecraft as an escape, and it was pretty effective. I'd say I wanted to go to YouTube and have my little YouTube channel. That's where a lot of this is hosted. I do apologize. That's kind of corny, corny way of putting, everything life story. Let me put it on YouTube. But it's what I have. It's what I have to work with. I tried to type this out once again, but that didn't go so well. So it is what it is. But yeah. So I tried to grow up a little bit. I kind of didn't have no more friends. My bad friends kind of took off a little bit because I wasn't around much. I tried to chill out on my. I wasn't out much. You can't really get your hands on too much. So I wasn't on substances too much, but I was trying to work on myself, and so I did a little bit. I think I kind of accepted life sucks, it's stuff, whatever. I gotta go get a job. I'm not going to college. I asked my parents about that. My mom's like, "You're not going to college. You are not college material. You're an idiot." And well, you're okay. And so I went and got a job. I'm like, let me just get out of the house. Let me go just start my own life a little bit. Start working on myself. I suppose. Yeah. There was parts of this where the one sister I could go to, parts of it where she took off. She has her friends. She's got this and that, and so I was kind of alone. Let me just I gotta accept that. You gotta move on, and I was trying to grow up. Yeah, I guess I'll get to. I am gonna go in circles a little bit. It's off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm doing that now, but we get to. I became an adult. The year 2020. COVID was starting, and I turned 18. And you become an adult. There's a bit of stress put on you. I already had a job at that point, so it's not a huge deal. But a lot of people run into at least some stress, or a little bit of sadness just turning 18, just because they grew up, and that's a little tough, but it happens. You get over it. But COVID. And everybody's in isolation, so everybody's depressed. So there's that added factor. And then at that point, other family members are like, they're getting out of the house. My that one sister's never around. My brother's gone, and so, my parents they're upset with me all the time, and they start talking about not wanting me around, this and that. There was they were expecting me to they weren't too happy with me. they just weren't, and so I didn't know how to handle that. I was finally 18. I could buy my own things. I could kind of change my life, direct it kind of how I wanted it a little bit, and so I was I became more invested in YouTube, For people who have been around for a long time, my little silly Minecraft videos, had a bump in quality at that time. I was changing myself as a person a little bit, attempting to find who I was, because I was very lost, not having friends, and just my only influence was, my family members, and that was not a good influence. And so I, just trying to figure out what's correct, and having to be a completely different person, for church people, it was tough. And so I'm just trying to figure out, what's going on. And it was difficult. It was difficult. But yeah, I guess, yeah, it was the extents. The year 2020 was quite the year for me. I guess the extents are, I was going on mission trips and, being invested in religion, but at home, my mom, we got into an argument about COVID, and she, throws a knife at me. That's so she was not looking out for me. She was trying to hurt me for sure. All right, cool. Yeah, my siblings, they're not on good terms with me. My brother hated me my whole life. I didn't like him. I was a pretty awful brother, realistically. Yeah, I just, I don't got no siblings. I don't got no family to go to. I don't got no friends. I'm trying to be invested in insurance. Yeah, let's be invested in YouTube. I was trying to be, a good, well-regulated person on the internet, while having that to deal with in real life, and, at church, trying to be all good and invested there. It was tough. And, but hey, we're growing up. We got to get past this, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, or some stupid shit. Yeah. So, yeah, I was trying my best, but it was becoming pretty overwhelming, and I was getting out of the house a little bit more, and so I was on substances a little bit more. I was staying in my room alone. My parents were, upset with that, and I'm trying to just be distant, just trying to figure out who I am, and it was tough. It happens, but let me backtrack a little bit. 2018, 2019, I made friends on Minecraft, and that was really good for me, just to get some amount of influence of, how normal people are. Like, I had a friend group, and they were good, but having all of this kind of, it was overwhelming, and some things were falling apart in that friend group, and I handled that poorly. That kind of fell apart in 2020. At the time, I was pretty fake with those people, and I wasn't going to tell them everything that's going on, but I talked to them frequently, and I spent time with these people. They saw inside of my life a little bit, and this and that. We were all buddies. That group, and it was good. It was good for me. It helped me a lot, through a lot of things. But some things didn't go very well, and I kind of broke down, and so that group kind of fell apart, in 2020, and so, kind of losing the only friends that I really had. And it was that was another definitely large aspect in everything. So 2020 was a pretty tough year for me, but hey, you gotta keep going. You gotta move past it. I should mention, in the middle summertime of 2020, I met someone named Liquid, and in the fall winter part of 2020, I met someone named Saibi. We'll get to that later. But I was just making friends on Minecraft. I had this friend group. I made other friends too. Obviously, those who are aware of that whole internet presence I had, they're aware of what was going on. So yeah. I should speed this up. We are taking a long time. Ooh, that's rough. Oh man, we're doing too much details. Yeah. So, I'm going in circles too much. It's bad. Yeah, I was making friends, and so I made those two friends. But I had other friends, whatever, this and that. Just making videos, just trying to escape from things. Because once again, 2020, not a great year. Becoming an adult, losing that friend group online, and just COVID, the stresses of everything. It was tough, but we got through it. But 2021, is all of those things really started to hit me. The isolation part, of COVID, that wasn't really a big deal to me, because I was already isolated. Like, it just did not really affect me too much. But now everybody else is isolated and everybody else is sad, and so 2021 started becoming a lot more tough. And I once again, family's leaving. My sister she's out this house, she's gone. My brother gone. My other sister, she's hardly around. My parents are just upset with me constantly. I was getting informed that they were thinking about kicking me out, so I had that to fear. At that time I didn't really have good friends on Minecraft, like close friends. I had friend groups and this and that, a whole YouTube channel realistically. I had theoretically hundreds of friends, but and so I kind of hunkered down. I kind of numbed it out, and I was like, hey, it can't bother me if I don't care. And so I just kind of did my thing. I just hunkered down and stuck it through. And at the time, 2021 was the worst year of my life. That had me very depressed. We were going on mission trips. We were involved in church. We were acting like we were happy. We were so close to doing it up. Something that I'm going to talk about a lot in this as I go on is a subject that I don't really want to get this video flagged for. So, but I'll say it this way: when someone disappears and they never come back. Let me use the term. I was finna slime myself out, because I think that's funny. Bro, I'll take myself out. I was gonna take myself out for a nice dinner, out behind the shed, and we was not gonna come back. Realistically, I started becoming depressed like much earlier, like when I 12, 13. I wanted to take myself out realistically, but we didn't do all that. But now things are like really sinking in 2021. It was like torture. It was constantly depression. I couldn't sleep. I had a hard time eating. I wasn't doing the greatest at work, and it was difficult. I couldn't keep it up. It was very hard. And I was going to Minecraft as an escape, but that wasn't working out so well anymore. It was just a lot. And so life was tough. But I got through it. When we get to the year 2022, I did a New Year's thing on YouTube, and I was like, 2022 is probably going to be like the worst year of my life. I was expecting to move out on my own and just be actually completely isolated, and go through the stress of growing up and moving out, finding a job, this and that. I was trying to do all of that at the age of 19, or 20, sorry. But so I was kind of prepared for the worst, and that's not quite what happened. I'm gonna go ahead and make a reference to this now, and I probably should have done this earlier, but I do want to mention that there's context to everything that I'm gonna say, because I'm gonna start talking about things that are very debatable and controversial, and so. As far as a lot of this has been, I've had quite the internet I've been on the internet, and so there's a lot of proof to the things that I'm saying, but also there's a lot of just context, and a lot of my reputation is on the internet. And so there's a playlist, and this video is in that playlist, and there's this playlist of videos that kind of give context and kind of give, kind of show my character, who I was, and how other people saw this as well. And so I want to keep that there. The first few videos and then the last few videos, there's in the middle of that place a couple streams, and that's just kind of to show, my interactions with others and such, but they're not really as key. But there's there's a lot of context, and I'm gonna reference that context a little bit here as I go on. But so far, I had a really good reputation online. A lot of people saw me to, they saw, I might be a little down sometimes, and I might be a little emo, maybe a little depressed. I definitely was going through a lot, but never found me to be, manipulative, crying, yapping about it. They always found me to be a good friend. I had a pretty solid reputation, and as I went into 2022. I had already grown closer with the one Cyber, that person. Minecraft was just not a good escape for me anymore. And so I started. I was making videos about, hey, I'm gonna try and switch it up a little bit. I don't remember when all that was. Things are going to be a bit out of order for this part, sorry. But Minecraft wasn't doing it for me no more, and I was very interested in VR. I'm quite the nerd, and so I wanted to get into VR. And so I got myself a VR headset, and I started playing vrchat. Silly game. But I was playing that. I started making friends there. It was cool. It was fun. I thought about doing vrchat videos on my channel, and so I was like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna quit YouTube. And I was trying to separate some of my lives, I suppose. Trying to separate out, people who I've been a completely different person for. Try and separate out, like family and such. I was trying to kind of start anew, but with the friends that I already had online, but just stick to online people. But yeah, I thought about doing VRChat stuff. I did not do that. But I played VRChat a lot, and Cybe started playing VRChat with me, and he got a headset so that he could play with me, and that was so silly. That was fun, and he was a really good friend. We were already pretty close. That's apparent from the context in the videos of the playlist that this is in. But we were buddies. We were doing that, and so he hung out with me, and it was good. I was building a good friendship, I feel like, and I liked that. That was cool. I started getting liquid into VRChat, and I got a bunch of other people, or I tried to get other people into it, but Cybers and Liquid, those two people, they stuck with it, and they would hang out with me on VRChat, and they invested a lot of time into me, and I really appreciate that. That was really good, really sweet of them. Throughout the year of 2022, I described that as, by a long shot, the greatest and best year of my life. I thought it was going to be tough, and it was tough. I was still, being really invested in religion, and I was doing work for my church, working from home, and doing all kinds of this and that. I preached a sermon. I went on mission trips. I was doing all kinds of stuff for them, being that person. And then at home, I was just leaving my family alone. My other sister informed me my parents did want to kick me out, and their actions were kind of saying that. I mean, they weren't too explicit, but my mom was threatening to damage my property and this and that, and yeah, they just weren't happy with me. So, you know, that was pretty tough. That was pretty stressful. I was pretty worried about, you know, being homeless. And so I had a plan. I was pretty prepared for that. I was, you know, I was just trying to, you know, maintain my online influence on now vrchat and Minecraft, kind of as kind of two separate things. I let them mix. I mean, it wasn't a big deal to me. What are they going to judge me for being a furry? You know, whatever. You know, but it was a lot for 2022. You know, it was difficult. You know, I was still, you know, at these very opposite things. Throughout 2022, I managed to kind of get off substances for good. You know, let's not drink it up no more. Let's not do it up no more. Let's not pop it up no more. But yeah, it was, in some ways it was a really tough year. You know, trying to isolate myself completely from my family while still living in that, you know, residence. You know, still living, you know, I had my own job, but there's only so much I can buy. You know, my parents wouldn't, like, let me eat their food and be upset when I didn't eat their food. And they, you know, they would try to keep me from cooking sometimes. You know, that's tough. And, you know, I there's only so much you can do. I'd try to, you know, keep that all in my room with my little mini fridge. But that itself was tough, you know, just, I mean, you know, poverty, poor things, I mean, it only matters so much, but I mean, I guess to give context to that, I was able to see sunlight through the floorboards in my room. You know, not having those luxuries, the luxuries of, like, you know, money. I did not live a luxurious life, and so, you know, that's a little bit tough, and this and that. You know, I was trying to do my best at work, and, you know, I wasn't doing too bad. I definitely matured a little bit, definitely handled that a little better. But I don't know. It was just 2022. Theoretically, it was not the greatest year, but realistically, it was by far the greatest. Because I started building a good, close friendship with Cybe and Liquid. They meant a lot to me. They did a lot for me. Not that I would, you know, go cry and complain about my problems to them. I just hung out. I acted normal and tactful. I was orderly. I was, you know, polite, I suppose. They found me in good favor. They found me to be a very good friend, and they did a lot for me, though. You know, I wouldn't complain about my problems, but they were kind of like my escape from my problems, and they were a really good escape. They meant a lot to me. They helped me through a lot. I just kind of I completely quit, like, you know, any substances, this and that, and it was just, we're going clean. I had depression for a long time. You know, I had been you know, I'd take myself out, you know, behind the shed with a shotgun. You know, I had felt like that for a very long time, but that kind of disappeared. They, like, basically cured my depression, and I'd tell them that, and I found them, I don't know how to describe it, but they made me super duper happy, and they meant the world to me. Realistically, they pretty much cured my depression, and, you know, that obviously, you know, that means a lot to me, and so they were very good friends to me. They were very sweet, and we appreciate them very much for that. However, yeah, as the year 2022 goes on, getting to the end of it, you know, I was still worried about moving out. Still need to get out of the house, for various reasons, because I just, you know, I just couldn't take it no more, and so, you know, I you know, was working on all of that, and, you know, doing it up. Yeah, I guess what I'll say is, they were there with me through it all, and they were helping me. And I was at a point where, I mean, already I wouldn't lash back. You know, I could take my mom's anger. Like, it was not a big deal to me. But at this point, I'd laugh at it. Like, it was just a bunch of noise to me. I had no emotional attachment to my parents or anything, and so when they're mad at me, I just don't care. If you have no emotion for something, then you just can't care. You just don't care, and so it kind of works out. If you don't let something bother you, then it won't bother you. And so we were working with that. But to give maybe a bit of scale, on when Christmas Day of 2022, my parents were upset with me because I wasn't around the family. It's family day because Christmas. We should be around the family. So I went and hung out with the family, and it was a 4 or 5 hour scream sesh for my mom, basically. And I sat there and took it, and had a smile on my face, kind of laughed a little bit. Maybe that made it worse, but I was just hanging out. I was doing my thing. I don't care no more. I thought it was funny. At this point, I was planning on moving out and moving in with Cyber's person. And so I'm really not too worried about it at this point. It's not a big deal to me. So in the back of my mind, I have my friends. I know who I do care about and who cares about me, so I really don't have to worry about my mom, not caring about me. It just wasn't a big deal, and that was significant. It just wasn't a big deal. I was able to take that and just be fine with it. I could be as patient as possible. It was whatever. And she was just screaming about whatever, all kinds of stuff. And so I kind of tried to direct the conversation a little bit. And what I got out of my parents is my dad said that me and my mom can't coexist, and that was basically cementing you gotta leave. You need to get out of it. He did not want me there no more, because for my entire life, let me backtrack a little bit. In my entire life, my dad, he wasn't really abusive, but he didn't want to deal with my mom. And so he would kind of take her side and kind of throw his kids under the bus. And that sucked. That was tough. And so he was really not a source of comfort in any way. So he, mom screams at us as kids. And my dad's like, why are you making her angry? But no, at this point, Christmas Day, my dad's like, yeah, you guys can't coexist. You do it up too much, and you're sitting here and you just don't care. He called me apathetic. Of course, if I had empathy for my mom, bro, that would destroy my mental health. The fuck. But he's he wasn't impressed with me, and that's fine. Okay, whatever. But my mom, I kind of tried to direct things, and my mom, her words were that. My actions, and by extension me as a person, am the cause for the problem. The problem being her anger and her bitterness that she's had before I was born. And I asked, hey, actions, what are those actions? And she couldn't give a clear answer, but really the best answer she did give is that I'm not around the family so much. And I'm like, so if I was around the family, that would make it better? And this has been evidenced throughout my entire life, the past 20 years. No, when I'm around the family, she just screams at me. And she screams at other people when I'm not around. No. She would go help my grandmother, and she would go scream at her. Realistically, no, it's not my actions. It's not me. But she confirmed that she felt that it was me and my actions, my not being around the family. And I asked what that meant, and she's like, oh, you don't contribute, you don't clean the house. It's because my mom was really lazy, and she doesn't like cleaning the house. She's like, I do the dishes. I'm like, okay, the dishes, that takes an hour. Anyways, but I didn't say all that. But that was her biggest complaint. She's like, you guys don't clean the house. Okay, yeah. It's your house. I don't know. I keep all of my possessions in my room. The only mess I make is in my room, and I keep my shit clean. Yeah, all right. That's not your problem. So I don't know what you're mad about, but So she basically the cause for her anger issues was I don't do the dishes for her. Poor little her. What the fuck? So but hey, I'm the problem. She wanted to admit that. I'm the problem. I'm the issue. for her anger, her bitterness that she's had long before I've been born. Cool. And my dad says we can't coexist. All right. I think it's fair enough. I think that I've taken care of everything. I took care of everything. I gave my parents money when they wanted. Not we sometimes. And I took care of what I needed to, and I apologized for the things I needed to, and I always looked to correct things and say, hey, what did I do wrong? With my parents, I looked to correct my side of things, and at that point I was ready to, all right, you guys don't want me around. I've taken care of my side of things. I'll step away. I'll leave you be. And so that's what I did. In late February 2023, I moved to Texas. I went on my big life journey. We did it up, and we moved out, and I was on good terms with basically everybody. I came up with some stupid excuse to move out because the church was not going to be happy with me moving out for my mental health. So that's fine. So we came up with excuses. We cleared up everything we needed, assigned things to all the assignments that have been placed on me, all my responsibilities. We worked it all out. Saibi was like, you should leave your parents. Fuck for all the shit they put you through, and so we did a little bit. I don't like how that was worded and how it was written. I would change that if I went back, but it kind of conveyed what I wanted, and I don't really care too much. They can cry about it, but I was ready to start a new life, start over, start fresh, and that was the biggest relief I've ever felt in my life. That was significant to me. That's crazy. That was a lot. It was overwhelming for sure. But I went on my, life journey, this and that, and this is all, documented, videos and such on, in the playlist. But I did it up, and I moved to Texas from Ohio, and, yippee. I had 2 friends that actually cared about me, who were there for me, that I've known for at least a couple years. And so, yeah. We got it. I don't know how to word some of this. It was a lot. It was a lot to take in. It was stressful. I've mentioned before, once again, in the context of videos, this and that, I hadn't ever moved before. And so moving was a whole new experience for me. But, having to deal with, getting my driver's license, like just a little bit before this, buying my car and everything, setting up, banking stuff and whatever, moving out at, the age of 20, it's a bit stressful, and so you got to grow up, and my parents did not help me grow up. They did not teach me nothing. So going like stabbing at it like new, it was a lot, but that's okay. So there was a bit of a stress and such, and so that weighed on me a little bit, but I didn't care. I had my two best friends, and they meant the world to me, and they were helping me with things, and they were there for me, and they said, we're here for you. He said, I'll stick with you through hell and back. I'm not going nowhere. I'll be like a brother to you. I love you, and I care about you so much. I want to help you. I want to get you on your feet. I want to be like that brother to you, and help you out. I want to see a better life for you. And what a sweet bro, what a friend. I appreciate that so much in him. That meant the world to me. And Liquid, he was there for every bit of it, and he's kind of, in a sense, cheering me on from the sidelines. He didn't live in Texas, of course, but he was cheering me on, and that meant so much to me. Those two, they meant so much to me. There's 2 ways I can approach this. Next part. Well, yeah, we'll say this just a little bit. Well, yeah, no, we're gonna take a step back. At the end of 2022, it didn't really bother our friendship much. Obviously, we were still gonna move in with each other, and Saibi was still there for me, helping me, this and that, whatever. But he, he had talked about having, feelings for me, and hey, we hung out a lot. We spent a lot of time with each other. We were very good friends. Fair enough. And that wasn't the biggest deal to me, honestly. Is whatever. We would jokingly flirt a lot, and I thought it was funny. But I did love him very much as a friend, and care about him very much, and he loved and cared about me very, very much as a friend, as a brother. But he's like, maybe we could be more than friends, maybe. I'm like, all right, that's up to you. That's up to you. I'm not gonna say yes or no. He meant the world to me. Whatever makes him happy, I'm good with. Realistically, that's how it's going. So I was like, I'm good with whatever, man. You got it. But at the end of 2022, he was like, well, I'm not so sure if I'm comfortable with all that. He's like, maybe we'll take a step back. And I was afraid of hurting him or making him uncomfortable, and I don't want to do all that to him. So let's take a step back then, and so I did, and so we had a bit of a bump in the road, as he described, but I think that was definitely a part of this. So I was unsure what he was comfortable with, because he was like, maybe I do have feelings, maybe not. When I moved in with him, a few months later, he would make jokes about us being more than friends, this and that. He's like, maybe, but he was just unsure. He was unsure, and I don't want to overstep. I don't want to push him into anything. So I'm trying to be careful, but also I was, once again, very overwhelmed, a little bit stressed over some of the things, but a little overwhelmed. I wanted to take a breather after the life I had been through. I wanted to move to Texas. I just wanted to lay down on the floor of my residence that doesn't have a mom yelling and screaming at me every day. I just wanted to lay down and be and take a sigh of relief, and I did, and I might have taken a little bit long. I took a bit to do some things, took a bit to register my car, took a bit to get a job, but I did those things. I waited on my driver's license, getting that transferred from Ohio to Texas license. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I was overwhelmed, and this made me it resulted in me being a little bit quiet when I met Savi in real life. He didn't move in with me yet, but he came and visited me, and I was a bit awkward. I mean, in my defense, how many friends have I had? What influence have I had? I had online friends my whole life. I haven't been to school. I don't know how people act, but also I was just so overwhelmed, and this dude means so much to me, and I'm so happy to have my friend. But let's be careful now, because he's not sure what he's comfortable with. So I'm trying to, walk a thin line, and while I'm stressed about me, this and that, it was a lot on my plate. So I ended up being a little bit quiet. Saibi, whatever you're happy with, I'm good with. And so it came off as me very indecisive and a little bit awkward. And fair enough. Well, let's see how that goes for me. Oh no. So yeah, we hung out a little bit here and there. He would visit. He was in college a few hours away, and so he'd only visit every once in a while. But we hung out. We continued to be very close friends. Despite the little, he's not sure how he feels and this and that, and but we still got along. We were still very close, and still meant the world to me. In May of 2023, Cybers moved in with me. Yippee. My loneliness and my just not having friends, not having a source of comfort, was resolved. we were very close, and he would often, talk about he wanted to cuddle it up with me. He bought a whole big ass fucking couch, so that we could, cuddle, and I was good with that. Obviously, I'm like touch starved. My mom, the most she would touch me was to like fucking slap me. The fuck, so I might be a little touch starved, and we not touch so much grass. So I wanted that comfort. I wanted a human affection, and he thought very highly of me, and we were really close, and he wanted to give me a big old hug. He wanted to cuddle it up with me, and so that's okay. But when we moved in, he expressed that he wasn't sure what he was comfortable with. He's like, let's take it slow now, because I might have a crush on you, maybe not. I mean, and I'm like, hey, that's fine, whatever you want. I was good with whatever. And so by the time he moved in with me, so I had a job. I was working night shift. That's kind of a layer on top of things that we'll get to later. But I was having a lot of trouble sleeping. And so I was very tired, and a little bit stressed, because I didn't know how to do my job, and that was tough. But we were figuring it out. And so, but he, Cyber told me, hey, when you get home from work in the morning, you have full explicit permission to open my door, walk in my room, hop in bed with me, and cuddle me. Aw, how sweet. Cool. Hey, yeah, as time went on, he gave me permission to do that, but I knew that he wasn't sure, and he wanted to take things slow, and I'm like, hey, that's okay. And so sometimes I go stand or sit by his door. Our both our bedroom doors were like, they're literally like 6 inches apart from each other, right? So like it's where they're right beside each other, so I just kind of sit outside of the doors, but his door, I suppose, but I'd sit there, and I'd text in the group chat that he was in, and I'd be texting Liquid, and I'd be like, do I do it up? Is today the day I shoot my shot? Should I go in there and cuddle it up with him? Because Sabi would be making jokes, and he was telling me how I have to pull up for the cuddles. He's like, if you do this, bro, I wouldn't even be able to say no. And but I knew they were jokes, and I really didn't want to push on anything. So I'd talk about it, but I was just trying to see. I just wanted to figure out what he was comfortable with, whatnot. But so that's your context, because there's been a lot of allegations and rumors about that one. So fun fact, that's the context there. We'll discuss other rumors later, other allegations, but yeah. Anyways, I was just trying to see what he's comfortable with. Sometimes one time I woke him up in the morning. He was not happy with that, and as time went on, I tried to hang out with him. Hey, you want to like watch something? You want to do something? And he's like, no. He would hang out with me on VR, but he didn't. It seemed pretty clear he didn't want to hang out with me in real life. Okay. And so I tried to figure it out with him. I was just like, hey, I'm just gonna hang out and spend time. I just wanted to know what he was comfortable with, what was going on in his head. But it seemed like he just really didn't want to be around me in real life. Which was weird, because we're roommates, and he would kind of stay in his room and avoid me. And I'd try to do things. I made him French toast, and he did not partake in the French toast. He didn't want none, and that's tough. And I tried to do things with him. I tried to hang out, and he did not want to hang out. And so hey, maybe I'm being pushy. I gotta take a hint. So I tried to leave it alone, and so I said at that point, like off rip, we're still in May. I say, look, it's not about being more than friends. It's not about cuddling. It's not about anything like that. I just want to be close friends, You don't have to be roommates. You don't have to cuddle to be close friends. Nothing like that. I just want to be close friends because you mean a lot to me. You know, I told him, you know, it's very possible that I put all my eggs in one basket, and you know, I'm putting too much stress on him, and you know, just pushing him too much. And I apologized, and you know, I feel like I poorly worded some things when I wrote that, but I said those things. I said, I'm sorry if I'm doing too much, you know. I don't want to be doing all that. I tried to talk to him about things. He's like, no, I do want to hang out with you. He's like, it's just awkward for me. And I'm like, I guess that's fair enough. You know, it's awkward when you meet an online friend in real life. Let's just hang out. Let's work things. He's like, well, you know, can we hang out on VR? It's awkward in real life. And I'm like, hey, that's totally fine. Let's hang out on VR. But as far as VR goes, he started making a bunch of new friends, and he would hang out with them. I was like letting it be, you know. I don't mind if he has other friends. That's fine. He's had other friends before, and it's not a big deal to me. You know, I just want to be close friends. I just want to have hangout time with him. But as time went on, he wasn't really hanging out with me. He would hang out with his friends, and I was just kind of there. And he didn't want to hang out with me in real life, and it started becoming very noticeable. He didn't like being around me, and I was trying to leave it be. I'm like, hey, if you want to, it's whatever. You do your thing, you know. I wasn't gonna make a big deal of it. I was gonna let him do his thing. But in I think the middle of June 2023, he was away for a while. He was like on vacation or something, and he wrote something to me, and he said it more tactfully. But to summarize, he said, hey, I don't think things are gonna work out. Maybe you should go back to Ohio. Maybe you should work out things with the people you used to know. And I'm like, what is he talking about? He's doing it up, and what the heck? In simpler words, he said, you should go back to your abusive family. You know, they'll take better care of you than I will. I was like, what are you talking about, Gingy? So that one kind of crushed me. I was so invested. This was my one way out. They were talking about kicking me out. I was thinking about going homeless. You know, I was so lonely. I went through a lot, and this was my one way out. And he's like, maybe you should go back. Brother, what? No. So that one kind of killed me. So he got back from his vacation, and I went and talked to him. I'm like, we talk face to face. I'm like, we gotta figure this out. What is going on? You want me here so bad. You want to cuddle me so bad. You know, you bought a big couch. You know, you make jokes about cuddling. You want to be more than friends. You're all like, I gotta buy a bed frame that isn't squeaky or something. You know, he's like, you want to be more than friends. I'm like, we gotta figure out what is going on. And I tried to talk it out with him, and you know, tried to have a reasonable conversation with him, and figured things out. And he said, you know, things kind of snowballed. It was just awkward, and you know, you kind of have been doing your thing. We've kind of grown distant, and I don't like that. And he's like, it's just kind of snowballing. And he's like, I don't want to be distant. I want to be close friends. You know, I like being friends, but yeah, I don't know how to. You know, it's just awkward. And I'm like, hey, that's fair enough. That's fine. And I said, you know, we should just, you know, hang out. We should take time to, you know, warm up to each other. And he's like, it's a VRChat and real life are different. He's like, I'd prefer, you know, if we can, you know, hang out on VRChat. I'm like, hey, that's fine. If that's the first step, you know, that's totally cool. I mean, that's what our friendship was for, you know, a long time already. That's totally fine. I'm good with that. So I said, yeah, let's just hang out. We'll spend some quality time on VRChat. Let's just get through this. You know, we got it. That night I requested, you know, if we could, you know, hang out, just me, him, and Liquid. You know, just do our thing, like we had for the past year. And he agreed to that. But that went out the window very quickly, and he was inviting his friends, and like within an hour after making that agreement, he's going and getting a lap dance from some other dude, his new friend, and I am What the heck? What the heck? Okay, so that's a little disrespectful, but all right, hey, that's okay. That's okay. And I didn't make a big deal of it, and I got along with that person. We were hanging out, we were fine. It's not a big deal, Hey, that was just a weird night. But the next night and the next night, this continues, and it's a pattern. And let's go talk to him again. And so I said, hey, really, I miss my close friend, and I miss being close. If you wanna take off, if you're doing whatever you're comfortable with, you've made me happy enough in life, I can't really complain. You do your thing. And he's like, no, you're like, I hate being distant, and he's like, I hate that we're growing apart, and I want to be close friends, and I am your best friend. And he's saying all this, and he's like, I don't want you to take off. I don't want this and that. I want to be close. I want to work through this. And he showed very thoroughly that he wanted to work things out. He wanted to be close friends. And so this kind of becomes a cycle, and so he would say all that, and then I try to hang out with him. I try to be around, and try to and he would be hanging out with his other friends, and when you're feeling down, obviously you're gonna have a bit of bias, but his friends, Saibi's friends, some of them have confirmed that he was being ignorant of our friendship, for sure. He would kind of ignore me for other people. He would not talk to me as much, and I think it's evident. I have separate recordings, so but yeah, he just did not want to be around me in real life. He just did not. I mean, I would be present, but he did not really want to hang out so much, and he's busy with other people, and I'm like, all right, whatever. And so I just kind of, I try to be around. I try to, push for things, try to take initiative, and that would be off-putting to him. I could tell. And so I'm like, okay, maybe I should back off. And then he didn't like that, and he'd be upset, and he's like, I don't want us to be distant. And I kept on trying to go back and forth. I'd ask him, hey, what do you want? He's like, I just want to be close. I tried to be close. He's doing this and that. He's like, he thinks I'm doing too much. All right, okay, I'll all right, whatever, you do your thing. And I just hang out. I just kind of be present. I'd do my thing. And I don't like when you're distant. And so I'm trying to just be neutral, because that's really the best thing in life, is just be neutral. Walk the middle line, like walk the middle ground, that gets you generally the furthest, usually. But he just wouldn't take it. He was upset at me for just about anything, and I kept on trying to talk to him. He didn't like those conversations. He's trying to do this and that with his new friends. He wouldn't hang out with me, but he went out with his other friends, and then had a bad experience and wants to go complain to me about it. And I'm like, no, bro, what the heck? And so I'm trying to work it out with him. I start trying to contact other people, and Saibi, he had an old best friend from Minecraft, and I started talking to him, trying to figure things out. And he mentioned, well, yeah, we'll talk about that later, but I started talking to him about some things. I was just trying to figure it out. I was trying to figure it out with Liquid. I was trying to figure out with his new friends, because they kind of felt bad. They understood my situation a little bit, and they started feeling bad for me. They understood that he was being, a little ignorant of our friendship, and they're like, maybe you're doing a little too much. Maybe you're not handling it well. And I'm like, what should I do? So, I keep on doing that. It's funny to me. Yeah, we gotta speed up. Yeah. It just kind of continued to be a cycle, and Saidi slowly started to kind of try to get out of this. He's like, hey, I gotta move in with my family or something. I've gotta do this, this and that. Maybe you really should go back to Ohio. The price of rent might go up. I'm like, look, at this point, I was already paying for the full rent and the full utilities bill and the full internet bill. Sabi only paid for his food. That's the only thing he paid for. And he's worried about money. I'm like, dude, I got it. I'm fine. I mean, I'm not saving much, because I'm working, part-time night shift. It does not pay that great, but I'm like, I don't know why you're worried about money. All right. I'm like, dude, you mean a lot to me. I'd like to stick it out with you, but I mean, if you want to do your thing, you go ahead. I tried to be more explicit, maybe a little more aggressive when I said that. I told him that the door's right there. But he wasn't happy with anything. He didn't want me pushing him away, but he did not want to be around. He was like, when he did move out, he did not move out with his family. He was lying about things, and I caught him doing that, and I was like, why are you lying? I'm like, dude, if you don't want to be around me, I get it. And he's like, no, it's not that. He's like, I do want to be friends. It's just difficult. I don't know. And I'm like, dude. I'm like, dude, I'd like to be friends too. Can we just actually hang out? But you kind of don't hang out with me. And he's like, I'm sorry, I'll hang out. But he just continued to not hang out. We hung out once in real life. That shit was awkward. I tried to be cool with it. He just made it so awkward. But I mean, but I was cool with it. I was like, thank you. You're at least trying. And he's like, of course. He's like, even if I do move out, I'll still we'll still be friends, and we can come over. It's just, maybe we rushed into things too fast, and maybe maybe we messed this up a little bit. And I'm like, hey, that's okay. If you feel like that's all right. I like I've said before, you can be best friends without being roommates. All right, sometimes roommates messes that up. Realistically, so that's difficult. He never cited that as a bad roommate. I cleaned up probably. I mean, yeah, I kept the place clean. I paid for everything. I was, I wasn't a bad roommate. I don't think. I don't want to judge myself, in a positive way. That's not the best thing to do. But he never found me to be a bad roommate. He was uncomfortable with something, and I just couldn't tell. I thought I was doing something wrong. It has since been confirmed he had a crush on me and, couldn't deal with that. Whatever. Look, the point is, I was just trying to work with him, whatever. And I was like, we don't have to be roommates. I just want to be close friends. But he just wouldn't hang out. It was back and forth, and it got a lot, and it got to be a lot. And I wasn't able to sleep, very well. Working night shifts, that was tough. It was a lot. It got to be a lot for me. And, his friends felt bad for me. They were trying to work with me, trying to help me out. It was a tough situation. I definitely didn't handle it well. We'll talk about that later. But it started getting to the point where he was being very clearly, he did not want to be around me, even in vrchat. And his new friends that he found in vrchat, they're starting to take my side. They're like, he does not want to be around you, bro. And so one of them, he started being real, and he was like, dude's gonna leave you. He's just gonna stop talking to you. He's gonna move out. He's gonna stop talking to you. He's never gonna talk to you again. He does not want to be around you. And already I was going through a lot, because if I take a step back, things weren't going so well, and I wasn't doing well at my job. I was a bit stressed about that. I wasn't making a lot of money. At least when we're roommates, he has the ability to, he can pay, but if I really need. But now he's like, now I've got to pay for a 2-bedroom place, without a roommate, and working part-time. Ooh. And then heckin', what else? Well, I was gonna say something. My driver's license. So I mean, I had asked him in the past if he wanted to go, and he's like, "No, you got it. You can do it by yourself." I'm like, "All right, whatever." But I could not do it by myself, and I needed some stupid stuff, appointments and things, and like I've said before, I've tried to wake him up before, and he was not happy with that. When we were first roommates, I was allowed in his room, and I could hang out with him, but that was no longer the case. And I knew that waking him up would result in him being upset, and he was not going to help me out with my license until I no longer had a valid driver's license. I've not had a valid driver's license in the state of Texas, so I don't got no license, so I can't use my car. I'm stuck with a part-time night shift job that I suck at, and dude's trying to walk away, and I broke down. I lost it. I was like, this was my one chance out of depression, and it's falling apart. And I'm like, I gotta slime myself out before I'm taking myself out. We are out this hell for real. And so I said that, and it was not tactful. We were not very nice. And but I said basically, I'm like, bro, you say you was finna help me, you did not do it up. And I had a mental health crisis. We crashed out a little bit, and that was tough. I called, once again, I don't want this to be flagged, so I called the numbers, that which is the number 9, and then the number 8, and then another of the numbers of 8, and then I didn't want to do them, but I didn't know what to do. I was like freaking out, and I ended up going to like a crisis center or whatever, and I was getting professional help, this and that. I went and texted a bunch of people, a bunch of friends. I texted a few of my old friends. I texted Savi's old best friend. I was just trying to talk to people, trying to figure out what's going on here, just looking, just trying to calm myself down. I'm like, maybe I'm not being logical, and so I'm trying to figure out. I was just freaking out, I was freaking out. We were in crisis, and so we went to a crisis center. We went and talked to professionals, this and that, and realistically at that point, they're telling me, yeah, bro, hey, life sucks, and they're like, you've been through a lot. I mean, he was trying to relate with me, and it was a cool dude, but he's like, my dad, and he was like this and that. He's like, I don't need that dude no more. He's like fuck that guy. He's like, and he's like, well, for you Mr. Jet, he's like, fuck that guy, you don't need him. You can, this is a college town, you can make there's a college, there's people nearby. He said you can make friends. He's like, you got this. He's like, if you are able to behave this well after having an abusive family, he's like, you got this shit. And but he was cool with me, but he gave me insight on some things, and kind of embraced a lot of things that I already knew. I tried to be cool with him. We figured it out. I went home absolutely exhausted. That's a tough point, tough memory. I went home absolutely exhausted. I just didn't know no more, and I didn't know how Sabi was gonna take that. But apparently he wasn't at work. He was at home. He was like crying a little bit. He gave me a big hug. I did not expect all that. And he's like, I'm so sorry for all this. I want you to be okay. I don't want to lose you. I don't want this to happen. I want to be close friends. I'm so sorry for all this. And I'm like, and I said, look, bro, it's not about all that. If you're moving out, that's fine. If you lied, I don't care. If you aren't as comfortable in real life, don't care. That's fine. If you're not comfortable with cuddles, that's okay. I just want to be close friends. That's it. It's pretty simple for me. I'm like, I just want to be close friends. I just want to hang out. I want to spend quality time with you, like how we always did every single night for the year of 2022 into 2023. Like, well, I shouldn't say every single night. Like obviously there was, sometimes we were busy, but we so frequently, and I'm like, we don't do that no more. We should hang out. All right. and I tried to be cool with him. I was like, it's whatever, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever your plans are. If you're gonna, I don't care. I just want to be best friends. That's it. And he said, I get it. I'll do that. And I'm like, is it alright if I understand you're not, too comfortable in real life. Is it alright if we spend some quality time on VRChat tonight? And he's like, absolutely. And so, I showered, I slept, and I hung out with him. And there were some people that joined here and there, but he like actually paid attention to me. I think I put it in a joking way because they always used to say that I'm like the center of attention. Or they like to have me as the center of attention. Let me be careful how I phrase that. Savi can be quoted saying that my life is like a movie and I'm like the main character. And so he was very happy with me being the center of attention. And, for a very long time, they were all good with that. I had expressed, I'm like, I want to give you guys attention. And they would always thank me for giving them attention and such. And they're like, we just want to give you attention because you're such a cool friend and this and that and whatever. And so I'm like, hey, just for, while I'm like trying to get my mental health together, is it okay if I'm a bit of the center of attention? Like you can have other friends. I work night shift. So when I'm away at work, you can absolutely hang out with them. I don't care. I don't mind. I'm like, can you like, not ignore our friendship? But I didn't say that. I was like, can we hang out? Can we spend some quality time? Can I be a bit of that center of attention? Like how you always used to say. And he was like, absolutely. And so we hung out that night, and it was great, and it's cool, and it's like Minecraft, and then and I thanked them, and I felt so happy. I was like, maybe this is gonna work out, maybe we'll figure it out. The next night did not go the same. He was hanging out with his friends, and I was trying to be patient. I was cool with it. They were talking about, their own conversation. So I wasn't really going to butt in, but, I was going to be part of the conversation. And so I was a little bit, I wasn't like sitting in the corner or anything, I was hanging out. I was chilling with them, but, I was letting them have their conversation. I was hanging out, but I was not I was not the center of attention. And that's okay. Hey, that's all right. You can't expect that. He did kind of accept the request. I requested that. He did say yeah, but I don't know what you. But look, it's okay to not be the center of attention now. So he was having his conversation. I was trying. I was happy with it. I was fine. He didn't do what I asked, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. As time went on, it kind of went back to the same thing, and he would be talking to his other friends and having conversation. He would not be talking. He was not hanging out with me, and I'd just kind of be there, and I'd try to be involved, and I'd befriend his friends, and I was cool with them, but he wouldn't hang out with me. And it was pretty apparent. And bro, his friends are going to me, they're talking to me, they're like, oh, he's just using you for money because you're paying the full rent, this and that. They were they were real, and they're like, I don't think you're handling things so well, but they were, they kind of took my side a little bit, and I'm like, well, don't take my side. Hey, we're trying to figure things out, take his side. Well, I'll get to that in a little bit, but it kind of became overwhelming. He just wouldn't hang out with me. He was for sure going to move in with a different buddy, not his parents. And he's talking about like, this and that. Somebody's got to take my shed or something. And he's like, oh, you're going to have to move or something. And I'm like, I'm not moving. I'm not going back to Ohio, Guinea. It was a whole thing. Therapists were upset with him. His own friends can't take his side. His old best friend saying, oh yeah, he moves on from his friends. He's like, he kind of ditched me. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to hang out with him when I can. It's just, he wouldn't hang out with me. I'm like, what the heck? And there's a recording. After I had that initial crash out, that first crash out, I was trying to hang out with him. I was trying to be cool, and that's when that recording took place. It was mid-August. So it was the beginning of August when I had like my whole crisis. But yeah, a little bit into August, that recording took place, and I cut it here and there to try, and I got some weird stuff out of there realistically, but I tried to put it to show how we would generally get along, not just for that night, but how we generally got along. And I think that's explained in the description, but whatever. But either way, I was trying to hang out, and this dude, I was like a joke to him, bro. He's like, can we dress up today? He's like, bro, laughed in my face. I don't know, that you watch that shit for yourself. That was, we were not on good terms, but Liquid's telling me, oh, don't overthink things, and it's okay, it'll all work out. He cares about you, and he still wants to be around. And dude was just not hanging out. He did not care about me. I continued to try to talk things out with him, and it was the same thing. Oh yeah, I still want to be friends, this and that. He gave me his new address, which once again, some people have, accused me of like having a knife or something. He voluntarily gave me his new address. I don't know about all that. He did not feel threatened. Maybe I should back up a little bit. There was a time, throughout this whole situation, I felt very lonely. I don't have no friends here. I work night shift. I don't get to make friends. So he's like my only like friend, where I live here in Texas. And so but he wanted to do his own thing. And so there was some times where I kind of, before work, I sat between our doors, outside of my room, but outside of his room. And this might be what people are referencing when they say I sat outside his door. I sat outside both bedroom doors, and I didn't want to bother him. I had to go to work, but I wanted to feel he's been a source of comfort to me for a very long time, and so I just wanted to be close to him, but I wasn't going to bother him. But he took that as me being creepy and trying to listen in. I can hear him through the wall realistically, but so it's not a matter of that. I do understand a little bit about how that can be creepy. I was already allowed to do this. I was allowed to walk in his room. He never took back that. So I don't know. I don't know what yeah, I'm supposed to, be able to hang out with him and such. So I don't know what he's complaining about, but, I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just wanted to hang out with him. But he did see that, and he said, hey, what he addressed was like, he didn't even say really is creepy. He's like, are you just jealous of my new friends? And he's like, but I want to be there with you. I want to help you. The whole the same. I want to work things out and, still be close friends. And I'm like, I'm not really jealous of that. I don't mind you having friends. You can hang out with them, when I'm at work. We can hang out, as a group, but like you hang out with them and kind of ignore me, and they agree that you ignore me. So maybe they don't agree that that he ignored me. Maybe I shouldn't go that far. I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but yeah, they definitely multiple of his friends have expressed that they were not too impressed at how he handled things. So, well, fair enough. But yeah, so he gave me his new address and everything. He's like trying to hang out, but he did not want to hang out. And I don't remember everything. I don't remember quite where I was. But it got to be too much. I think it was like 10 days, 11 days after, 10 or maybe, I don't remember how many. It was something like that. Maybe 10 days after that initial crash out, he moved out, and I had his new address. He's like, we can still hang out. We'll still be, this and that. We're still being friends. He's like, I care about you, and this is for the best. I know it hurts. I'm sorry, but I love you, and I'll be back. Don't worry. And wait, let's see how that goes. Oh no. Um, I mean, I was too emotionally drained. I was at work the night before. I was tired, bro. Um, Therapists are telling me fuck that guy. But Liquid and him are telling me, stick with me and work with me. But his friends are saying, oh, he gonna leave. He not coming back. Bro, it got to be too much. I was away the whole day while he's moving out, and I came back like in the evening, and he took things that he like gave me like as gifts, and I'm like, okay, all right. And but he didn't give the key to the front door. Well, to both doors realistically. He didn't give the key. I said, hey, can I have my key back? I texted him, and he texted me back. He's like, look, bro, I still want to be friends, and I want to be come over. And I'm like, well, now if you're gonna call me sitting by your door creepy, that might be creepy now. I'm like, I'd like my key, and he refused, and he was talking about I might have to keep it in case somebody takes the shed. And I'm like, that's in the backyard, that has nothing to do with my doors. And he's coming up with lies clearly, and I'm like, I was so done with it. We crashed out. I mean, at this point I had gone like probably over 24 hours without sleeping, and like not even a nap, like actually just over 24 hours. And I crashed out real hard this time. It was bad. It was over text. I made no threats to his physical safety or any harm like that, but I said, look, bro, you knew that I struggled with mental health. You knew I struggled with like wanting to take myself out now, take myself out behind the set. You knew, you wanted to help me, you promised to help me, and how's that going for you? And I said, I know for a fact you ain't not trying to be friends anymore. I'm like, no, it's cool. And then I went off, and I said, what if I traumatize you? I'm gonna traumatize you. I'm gonna take myself out right in front of you. It's your fault, this and that. And I started saying the craziest shit. I actually crashed out. It was bad. I said things out of desperation, realistically, but anger and tiredness. I was so done. It was the whole thing. I said things that I really didn't mean, and really just awful things. I mean, it was bad. It was bad. And I want to clarify now, none of what I've explained and what I will explain is justification for that. I have taken, will continue to take full responsibility for that. That was the wrong thing to do. Nothing justifies words like that. I'm gonna traumatize you. Like, it's just not okay. That's not cool. It's not cool. I do mean to explain the reasons, and I still have a lot more to explain. But I don't mean to ever justify myself. I was wrong. But we crashed out. We did it up too much, and I texted all that, and I left him alone for a little bit. I think a week later, I talked to him again, and I said, hey, I'm sorry, that's my bad. I'm doing too much. And he's like, well, if you quit pushing me away, maybe I'll hang out with you. Maybe I'll be friends. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. I was like, I didn't want to blame him for anything. I'm like, I'm sorry. It's a lot for me. I'm like, I messed up. I did wrong. I don't mean none of that. I'm not gonna do none of that. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. I just want to be close friends. That's all I've ever asked for, and all I really want. And he's like, all right, fair enough. And he's like, just hang out with me. And I pulled another a little kind of stupid, because he already, he gave me his address. He didn't give me the apartment number. And so once again, as far as allegations, I did not have the ability to stare in his window or whatever people say. I don't know where that came from. This is a gated community area thingy. It is fenced off, but but I went remotely close. Not in the community. I didn't go on his street, but I went on the main street that like goes by, and I just kind of went past, and just to check it out. I was bored. It was a night off, and I just kind of wanted to see what was going on, and but I'm like, I don't think I'm being respectful. I'm nowhere close to him, nowhere close to his residence, but I'm like, I don't think this is respectful. And so I went to him about it. I'm like, I'm doing too much. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about all this. And I was much more apologetic, and I just asked, I was like, okay, can we resolve things whenever you're ready? It's up to you. And he's like, yeah. He's like, I just want some time. And I'm like, okay, hey, that's realistically, that's totally fair. Cannot be upset with you. He's like, I want to work things out. I do really care about you. I just want some time. And I'm okay. I said, am I good to talk to you like on Discord? Because that's where we had always been talking. And I was like, am I good to talk to you on Discord? And he's like, yeah, that's fine. And so I waited a little bit. I tried to talk to him on Discord, and he cut contact with me. And there it went. So he cuts contact with me on basically everything. I'm blocking my shit, and I was like, all right, we got it. So, and that one was pretty expected, but yeah, I was trying to go to other people, and they're trying to figure out, I don't know, he just wants some time. And I'm like, well, yep. Yeah, but his friends, well, that was all liquid. His friends are like, no, it's over for you. You got to give up, gang. It's time to slime yourself out, type shit. No, oh no, and yeah, it was bad. It was over for me. It was Jover, realistically. Yeah, we were cooked, toasted, roasted, and well, most definitely ghosted. And so it was bad. And so we were falling apart, and I was like, I don't know. I was like, I mean, if I didn't already take myself out, I don't know, maybe I can get past this. During this whole thing, I was very, very close with Cybe. I was also very close with Liquid. Since Cybe, he was unsure about his feelings. Liquid also had feelings for me. Dude was 17 though, realistically speaking, and so I think it is wise for me. Maybe not wise, but I think it's right if I bring this up. But I mean, we would jokingly flirt. It was jokes, but it wasn't so much jokes for him, and he had quite the crush on me. And as this whole situation went on, I definitely had boundaries. I'm like, dude, you need to wait. I'm not trying to pre-order that. I didn't want to do anything weird. But he's like convincing me. He's like, dude, you're not on Twitter no more. You don't use Twitter so much. Who's gonna cancel you? And I'm like, bro, you chill out, bro, you're doing it up. And he was doing it up a little too much, but that's okay. But throughout the whole thing, I mean, I had boundaries, but I think it's fair to say I let that slide a little too much. And I think that's something I should also, be honest and clean about. I didn't nothing nasty with him, nothing that I'd be convicted of, legally, nothing nasty, and we are not predators, but I let some of my boundaries slide a little bit, and I was flirting with him a little too much, and that wasn't right. It ain't right. And I was just seeing this whole thing go on, it was desperation. I was lonely, bro. Liquid, at this point, we had been we had been friends for 3 years. He was very close, so I'm not after him for his age. I'm after him because he means a lot to me. He's a very good friend to me. But I shouldn't say after him. He was after me realistically, but that's all right. But that's all right. We got it. He was, yeah. I feel like I didn't handle that very well. I was just trying to, go to someone, find comfort in someone, and who else do I got? So we did a little too much. But either way, I just, yeah, after a dude blocks me, I really don't know what to do. And so I wasn't sure if I wanted to, take myself out, slime myself out, or if I was, I wanted to hang in there, because Liquid he was very distraught with the whole thing, and he was like, I'm so sorry for all this, and he's like, I don't want to lose you. And so I want to hang in there for him, realistically. And so I tried to. He wouldn't hang out with me as much, though. And he was talking about, moving in with us. That was the plan for a long time. And now he's kind of going back on that a little bit, and this and that. And then he starts, like, he doesn't talk to me as much. If I back up a little bit, I would vent to him, and then I'd apologize, and I'm like, you know what, maybe I'm doing too much, and so I shouldn't vent, like, that's, a friendship should be about both people, not just me and my problems. I'm doing it up too much. And I say, I'll chill. And he's like, no, I want to hear what's going on. I want to be able to help, this and that. And so he would try to, be the mediator. He was trying to be very involved in this. He said, I want you to vent. And I'd be apologizing. I'm like, I'm doing too much. I'm like, this isn't good. It's not healthy. It's not a good friendship if I'm just, yapping and complaining about, my problems. And he's like, no, I want to hear it. And he's like, he insisted. And so I continued to vent to him. I was very emotional. And I trusted him with my emotions. And so I was very explicit and very, I guess a good word would be aggressive. I said things that I didn't necessarily mean. I just felt, when you feel like punching someone, you're not actually going to punch them, but you feel like punching them. And I told him, I'm like, oh, bro, I'm going to take myself out, bro. I'm going to lose it. I'm tripping, bro. And I was very emotional to him, but he wanted me to continue to vent to him. I'd apologize. I didn't. I felt like I was putting him through too much, but he told me to keep doing it. So I vent to him, talk to him about things, what was going on. But his Siamese friends would come to me, and they continued to be friends with me. They're like, you're chill, you're cool. They're like, you definitely didn't handle things well, but they're like, bro, I mean, they're like, he didn't handle things well either, realistically. And so they continue to be, for the most part, cool with me. But it was too much. I'd try to, I guess, with Liquid, yeah, I'd vent to him. He wouldn't really talk to me, though, and I was like, this isn't a friendship, much less a relationship. By this time he's 18. I'm like, oh, yeah, we're not. I'm like, I want to hang out with you. I want to spend time with you. I want to have happy times with you too. Like you're not just a therapist. You're like my best friend. And he wouldn't really hang out with me, and he started unfriending me on Steam and such. And he just he was slowly drifting away. And I'm like, where? And so I was trying to figure out. I didn't know what to do. So I started making new friends. Trying to just hang out, trying to stick it through with Liquid. He's talking about not moving here no more. He's got to go somewhere else for college, this and that. And all right, whatever. You got a Gengi, I guess. Yeah. But I try to make new friends, obviously, I was talking to a therapist. They're like, yeah, that's what it is. You need some friends. You need you need a support circle. What is it called? Support system. They're like, you need other people to go to. You've dealt with a lot of loneliness, and they're like, you need like actual relationships. You can complain to a therapist about problems, but you need like friendships. And I'm like, yeah, I knew that one. I had that one figured out already. But all right, so let's go make some friends. And so I kind of ended up with some friends here and there. Probably not the best friends, but I kind of made a new friend group, more than just 2 people this time. It is a few people, and they were sweet to me. They were kind. Each of these people, yeah, they had their own problems, and I handled their problems. I'd talk to them. I'd be there for them. I didn't find that to be, a burden. And I even at that, like, that was like the worst point in my life, I was still there, and people still found me to be sweet and kind. Definitely emotionally distraught, but I was still there for my friends. And I wouldn't make everything about me and my problems. I'd still look out for my friends. And so I was just trying to be there. I was just trying to hang out. I made kind of a new friend group. Let me get my thoughts in line. I guess we skip a little bit. There was a whole lot of just kind of me going to work and me coming home and crying, and me crying at work. People at work could tell that my mental health was not doing well. Now I was better at my job, but my performance was still poor because I was like super depressed now. So nuts, but hecky. I just tried to be cool with people. Cybe's friends, they come to me, they try to be cool. I met people through them. There's people who they would hear allegations. There were some people who were straight up harassing me, and still, people would see through that, like my character, and they're like, well, I can tell you're down. You're definitely like, emo and sad and such, but you're cool. Like, you're not just like a whiny little bitch, and so there was people that I like, who heard allegations and then met me and then friended me, and they were cool with me, And so I'm like, okay, I'm not doing too bad, but the occasional harassment wasn't fun, and this and that, and so I was just, I made some new friends, and I just kind of tried to hang out with them a little bit, and then I didn't play vrchat as much no more. I tried to make a buddy in real life. I kind of try to escape from some things. I kind of sometimes I just like go out and just to get away from things, just like as an escape, and I just like hang out by myself. But as far as friends online, I had this kind of new group. But as if we fast forward to several months, I was still struggling with things a lot, and it was still very emotionally distraught, very ruined. And one of my friends asked me, "Hey, do you hate the dude? Do you hate Cybe? Do you want to hurt him?" Not really asking out of like concern, more so asking. He happened to be like emo or something. I don't know. He was edgy and such, and he was like, I don't know. I don't want to throw him under the bus. He was really sweet to me, but he was just asking. He was like, are you gonna hurt him? What are you gonna do? And I'm like, look, bro, if I wanted to hurt him, I know where he lives. I know where he works. I would have already hurt him, bro. I could just pull him. I didn't, though. I don't want to hurt him. I miss him, bro. That's why it's a whole thing. I miss him. I don't want to hurt him. I want him back. I want to be friends again. What the heck? But he started asking me about it. He's like, because me and him both worked at the same place before. Not no more, but not at the time of the conversation, I don't think. But we had worked at the same place, and different shifts, though. He wasn't working night shift. He asked me. He's like, "Are you gonna pull to the workplace?" And he's like, "Would you take him out?" I'm like, "No, he's my friend. I miss him." He's like, "How would you do it? Would you shoot it up? Would you shoot up the workplace?" And I said, "No, that's stupid." How I'm phrasing this now, it sounds like he was really instigating. He kind of was instigating, but also this was a conversation like 2 years ago. I don't remember how it went. But I never realistically, I never made any threats. The group was here. There was multiple people who heard this conversation. I never made any threats. He was just kind of asking questions. The conversation went a lot longer than I'm just summarizing. So, but it was a conversation that was had, and he's like, it kind of resolved in, are you gonna shoot up, the workplace? And I'm like, no, that's stupid. I'm like, that's like, I still work there. My only friends are my coworkers. That wouldn't make any sense, and I don't think he works there no more. And also, I don't have a firearm. I don't have anyone to borrow a firearm from. Nah. But the heck. But I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But there was somebody who overheard this conversation who was drunk, very drunk, and dude was frequently very drunk. And realistically, I'm trying not to throw out too many names. I am throwing out the two names of my two best friends, but I suppose if we throw out this name as well, Mr. Kota, he by many people does not have the greatest reputation. But I was trying to, I understood he was going through a lot. That's why he was drinking. He had a lot. And life was a bit tough for him. And so, I was trying to help him out. I was trying to work with him in his problems. But he was very, very drunk, and he misunderstood this conversation. And he plays a lot of vrchat, and he knew names of people, and he decided to hop on vrchat, and he went and he found Cypers, and informed him of this conversation. Coda says that he was trying to shit talk to me to see if Cybe cared. I'm not sure if that's quite how that went, but he mentioned that I might shoot up the workplace. Lit, bro, that shit's sick. Yeah. Oh yes, thank you so much. So this can only go poorly. So I found out, and Koda was very, very sorry. He's like, no, I messed up. I ruined your life. I shouldn't have said anything. And I'm like, look, it was a misunderstanding. I don't care. But realistically, I mean, during this whole time, my coworkers were already like, they knew that I was very, very sad. But now they started saying, oh, you should get professional help. And I'm like, and then Liquid was like acting weird, and I'm like, something going on. And I found out what was said to who, and I was like, oh no. So this is gonna be a whole problem. So I'm like, all right, let's just cut it here before it's a bigger issue. So I went to my workplace. I'm like, I gotta quit my job, bro, because I thought they already knew that there was like alleged threats of me, committing an act of terror. So I went to my workplace, and, I was like trying to talk to them, but they were not actually informed of this, and so they heard my side of the story first, and so I was like, oh, sick. But so they were talking about maybe transferring me or something. I was like, nah. I mean, realistically, my mental health is already terrible. Working night shift is not it. I can't deal with a job no more, and so I'm like, I gotta quit. And they're like, that's cool. But they say, hey, we're cool with you. And so, hey, yeah. And then, yeah, I tried to work things out. I went to Cybe's friends, and I'm like, so that's a big misunderstanding. And I told them, look, I never made any threats. Dude was drunk. He's really sorry about this. He understands that he had there was a misunderstanding. He's the only one that's made these allegations, despite several people hearing this conversation. And so I'm like, I don't have no firearm. I don't have the means to carry this out. It's not a valid threat, but I don't want people to feel threatened, and I just want to cut it off here before it gets to be too much. And so I said, hey, I'm gonna dead. Really sorry about all that. And no, I was saying, just say that it's not a valid threat. I'm out this hoe. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. And Cybe's friends were pretty concerned. They're like, no, don't do it up. You're gonna take yourself out. You're gonna slam yourself out. Ho. And I'm like, probably. But I was like, no, it's all right. I'm just gonna go away from town. just be out, basically homeless, just, away from my home. I'm going to take like a vacation. I'll go camping. And that's what we did. And so I biked. Obviously, I didn't have a driver's license. My car has been sitting there, and tires are like flat, and so I can't drive nothing. So I packed up my stuff into a closet and cleaned up the place, ready for the next person. Realistically, I got all my stuff organized, cleaned up, and we took off. And I biked about 65 miles in a day, something like that. I don't remember exactly. By the way, that's difficult to do. 65 miles in a day is it's a lot. It's a lot. And we biked it up though. And I wasn't too far from another town, and so I could go get food and charge things and such. This was a little later. This was right at the end. This was late December of 2023. Is when I dipped. The whole thing, I think the conversation happened in November, but that whole scenario basically played out in December, and then I put in my 2 weeks, and by the end of December I was out. I was gone. I left. I didn't want people to feel threatened. I thought this has gone way too far, and so I took off on my bike with my backpack, and I had a hammock and a little tarp to go over it, and some supplies, and that's it. And I went camping, and realistically, I was gonna take myself out, but I wanted to explain some things first, and so I kind of hung out, but that was more stressful than I thought. There's a lot of ranches in Texas, and they have dogs, and those dogs are not on leashes. And when you bike on a back road out in the middle of nowhere, they chase you, and that was less than fun. And when you go camping, there's animals at night, and that was less than fun. And only sometimes could I charge my phone. I had a battery bank, but January 8th, 2024, there was a storm outbreak, and several tornadoes touched down in the United States. Several tornadoes touched down in Texas. There was one that's confirmed, and still reports of it, that was I think like 10 miles away from me, but there was another one that was unconfirmed. I can't find documentation of it now, but at the time there was a video, and there was definitely a funnel cloud just a couple miles away from me. So we almost got hit by a tornado. That was fun. It rained all day, of course, realistically, and kind of soaked everything despite having a tarp. It ran down the trees and the straps of my hammock, and so we were completely soaked. That was fun. Having to bike miles and miles for food every day, and getting chased by dogs, that wasn't fun. And then January 10th, it was below freezing. Hecky, dude. I just didn't have the equipment for that. And so I'm like, it's too much. So I went back home. I informed Liquid of this, but I wanted to kind of be stealthy. I was like, I want people to not feel threatened, so I want to still be out. But realistically, I wanted to explain what I'm explaining right now. Literally exactly what I'm explaining right now. I wanted to explain at that time. I meant to explain that on that rainy day, but we had other things to worry about, and we were running out of battery, and I couldn't charge nothing because I couldn't bike anywhere, and it was it was bad. So I came back home, and I was gonna explain things out more thoroughly. I tried to explain things to Liquid, didn't work so well. Not how I wanted to explain things. So I came back home, and I just kind of started typing, and I basically started typing a book, a biography of myself, and it did not turn out how I wanted. Once again, I'm not a very good writer, And so that's at the beginning. That's a year and a half ago from the time I'm recording this now, or the time of it being uploaded. Hopefully I'll get this uploaded today. But I attempted to try and, talk things out. I didn't know what to do, and, I didn't know how to explain things. And I was very tired, realistically, from the experience I just went through, biking miles and miles every day. We were exhausted, and so I kind of flopped on my little mattress, and I was sleeping like 16 hours a day. At this point, I was kind of over it. I was over the big emotional part, and I was about as depressed as it gets. We were sleeping 16 hours a day. No job. I didn't talk to nobody. I was complete isolation. I was like basically in purgatory. I don't know what to tell you. I just kind of sat there. I just kind of had some food sometimes, but I would never like get food where I'd have to prepare it. I wouldn't have things delivered to me, because I didn't, want activity at my residence. I was completely like quiet. I was like basically not there. I was basically not there. It was great. It was not great. It was like a very cozy prison cell. Because I did not have very good food either. Realistically, I was just there. I was there, and I tried to explain things. I kept on trying to explain things. No explanation. I just didn't know what to explain or how to explain. It was difficult. It was tough, and I was still trying to talk to Liquid. He still wanted me to vent him. I was venting to him, and that only lasted so long. He would not talk to me. I wanted to hang out with him. He would not hang out with me. And then he checks in on me. I left it alone after a while. I didn't vent to him no more, but he reached out. He said, "Are you still there?" And I just kind of left that one be. I'm like, let's see what happens. And where after a little bit of no response, he throws in his Discord bio that he's taken by some other dude. And I'm like, nice. Well, I saw that one coming, but nice. Dude does not care about me no more. And so I'm like, so I asked him about it, and he's like, and then he hit me with the craziest shit. He's like, I said, I don't want to, misunderstand anything. What's going on there? And he's like, yeah, we're dating. I like, you made it nearly impossible, this and that. And I'm like, I did everything you asked, but all right, whatever. And I'm like, I mean, I don't know if that's very fair to me. And he said, is there an issue? And I'm like, that's mad disrespectful. No way. Is there an issue? Bro, seeing you're at the, well, wait, now when you turned 18, theoretically we were boyfriends, but I mean, at that point, we were not hanging out that much. So, I mean, but seeing your theoretical boyfriend go through all that, and you're so sad, and it's something about like, you can't cross a bridge or whatever, and he's like, and it's like seeing them go through like the worst point in their life, and then just ditching them for another dude. Dang. And then hitting them with, is there an issue? That's crazy to me. But he got it. He did it up. I'm like, I'm not going to complain. I complained last time and it got me in more trouble. Let's not do it up. And so he got it. He can do it up. Taste it. Lick it. Panties. He got it. So I'm like, yeah. That's cool. It's cool. Dude, I use humor to cope too much because I be laughing a little too much at this. Ooh, it's bad. So all right, he got it. So I was hanging out a little bit. I felt bad because I led some people to believe that I was gonna, not be alive no more after I went camping, and I was still, alive. I did not slam myself out. So I went, ended up in contact with some people again, and one of them was Coda. And, I was just kind of hanging out. I was doing my thing. Once again, I mean, this was well into 2024. I was just trying to, I don't know. I still wanted to explain things. I was like, maybe there's a chance that, maybe I can go back to someone. Maybe I can get help. But, realistically, that did not go well for me. Some of my old friends kind of turned to doing other things. It was kind of, I don't know. They were just kind of doing their thing. I'm like, that's all right. It's all right. I didn't want to bother nobody, and I was on the internet here and there a little bit. I didn't really mean to make friends, but I ended up making a couple of friends. I didn't want to go outside, this and that, because if I back up a little bit, before I went on that whole trip biking and such, one of Sabi's friends that I hadn't met, that dude found me in vrchat and he went off on me. Realistically, he started threatening me and shit. He's like, I know where you live. I live 5 minutes from here. I'll pull up. And I was like, what the heck? And so, that's just an example. I got harassed here and there a little bit, and that was less than fun. But I was like, it's all good. But he was. People were like maybe offering help and such, and I'm like, I don't know. You're his friend. Take his side. I'm not trying to get rid of your help or anything. I don't mean to push you away. I just I'm the bro. After what I said, realistically, I'm the one in the wrong here. So I'm like, I wouldn't be taking my side, and but I discussed some things with him. I got some clarification from him, got some clarification from some of other of Sabi's friends, and they helped me out, explained things, but yeah, I look, there's people besides just Ivy who in real life that don't like me, so I was like, I'm not trying to deal with that, so I'm just staying inside. I don't want to deal with it. Also, it's just emotionally, I don't want to go outside, so I just kind of sat in my room. So I was on the internet a little bit, and I ended up making like a couple of friends here and there, but nothing crazy. I was just trying to keep myself isolated, and I don't want to run into nobody that doesn't like me, so I'm trying to, I just kind of left it alone. But I was around Mr. Coda, Mr. Drunkman a little bit, but that only went poorly, and realistically, he'd be upset at me for this and that. I mean, he has his own reputation. Lots of people know the dude. He's on vrchat a lot, and he made all kinds of threats and such to me, and I was like, I'm not cool with it. So, but I tried to be cool with it. I was like, I'll be friends with you. I understand he's going through a lot. He was drunk, whatever. I'm like, you're on thin ice though. But and then he was starting to say, hey, maybe I can help you out. And he's in a pretty rough situation in his life. I'm like, I'd help you out. If I can move out, and I can get you out of your little spot, you can get me out of my spot. And but he did not help me out. That went south very quick, and I was like, all right, whatever. And so he spread a lot of things about me, and has been by this point the primary form of, maybe not harassment, but defamation for sure. Cool. So hell yeah, sick. I don't know. So that's great. So whatever. It's not a big deal to me no more. I just for the past while just been hanging out. I just kind of sit in my room. I just do my thing. I leave people alone. I don't go outside. I don't really go online. I just kind of sit in purgatory. I've attempted to get things together. I've attempted to, do any amount of, place any amount of responsibility on myself. And I just can't manage to. It's bad. It's bad. I'm like a bum. I'm a loser now. What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, I've the couple friends here and there I made online. I have met them in real life, and they've confirmed, yeah, you're a little awkward, but it's not bad. You're fine. We get along with you, and they're cool. They're cool with me, and I've taken time to think through things and figure things out. But at this point now, we gotta kind of call an end to it. I am not mentally well enough to like keep a job. I just couldn't go through that kind of stress, much less the stress of like all the other things, and I do not have no more money, and I've been living on savings this whole time. It's time to be all done, realistically. I mean, we should have done that. We should have been all done a long ass time ago, but finally we're being all done. So hey, yippee. Yippee. I don't know. There's a lot that I want to explain. Not as far as situations. I mean, that's my life up until this point. But there's a lot more to be explained, I think. This is more so, I mean, that's all the things that I've been through, but I've learned a lot, and I think what I've learned is now what I want to share. Once again, I don't mean to justify myself. What I did was wrong. I've done a lot of other wrong things as well. I've handled a lot of things wrong. I do want to say that it's difficult. I mean, going back all the way back to the whole Karen thing, when those videos were popular, people would look at the children. Who are the kids of this Karen? How are they gonna grow up? And I can tell you, it's tough. It's tough. Your parents are your primary influence for your childhood, and that's when you're the most impressionable, is when you're a child. And so you become like your parents. You really do. And it's very difficult. A lot of people have anger issues because their parents were poor to them, and so to overcome that is tough. When you get screamed at every day, it's hard to not have anger issues. And so I let that slip like once or twice, in this situation with, all the stress of he's going back and forth. I want to be friends, and then just not hanging out with me. And then, therapist saying, oh, yeah, fuck that guy. And that was his words. That's his exact words. I did not expect him to use that kind of word, language. Ivy's old best friend, yeah, he moves on from people. Bro, I'm mad at this dude. I'm desperate, bro. This is my life journey. This is all I got to get out of the whole cycle that I've been in. And bro's taking it away because he feels like it's awkward. Dude, awkward? Let that sink in. Let that sink in. I didn't really emphasize that earlier, but that was the whole thing. It was awkwardness. I mean, given his some of his friends have explained more a little better that he had feelings for me, and that's what made it awkward. But bro was just saying that I was awkward. He's like, you're a little awkward, so I understand that you were moving out, and this is your chance at a better life and to get up on your feet, but actually because you're awkward, I'm not going to deal with that no more. I'm sure he still would have been friends if I wasn't, so desperate, but I mean, what do you expect me to do? I was tired, all right? We were working night shift, and he just kept on going back and forth. He was playing with me and shit. I was like, I was pretty upset. I just got mad. So, I mean, but I am to blame. I mean, I had a lot of reasons for saying what I said, but still, that's wrong. I never mean to justify that. But I do want that to be understood. Those are the reasons. I mean, when you get screamed at every single day of your life, and you have finally an escape from that, a friend, and then this friend complains that it's awkward. To not let those scars resurface is really tough. And then when he tells you, hey, maybe you should go back to Ohio, the fuck? So you can't deal with my awkwardness, but you want me to go and start dealing with what? That's crazy to me. But I don't know. He just did not want to be around me no more. So, I mean, he's looking for, realistically, there's nowhere else for me to go. So he's like, yeah, maybe you should go back to them. He did not want to be around me. But then and then he would be so insistent. I'm like, okay, I won't be around. And he's like so insistent. You're pushing me away. Please, I want to work. Bro, what do you want me to do? It was so stressful. And so, I mean, but it's not justification. What I did was wrong. And that's really tough. I don't mean to justify myself, but I do mean to give reasons as to why things happened. And yeah, that's kind of what was going on. Very difficult. It was difficult. I've learned a lot. Realistically, people have told me you shouldn't depend on anyone. I shouldn't have. I was depending on him, and I knew this. That's what I said when I was, talking about. I put all my eggs in one basket. I was depending on him. That's stressful for him. That's difficult, and that's not something you should do. I mean, realistically, we're all our people. We live our own lives. It's best to stay in your own lane. Work for your own money. You gotta make your own bag, smoke your own weed. You gotta do your thing, and so asking for help, depending on others, that's not the way to go. You gotta tough it out yourself. That's difficult, but it is what it is, and really that's what it is for me, and that's why I am where I am now. Because I can't tough it out no more. We lost it. We fumbled. We're gonna say I guess that's how the world works. I've talked about it to a lot of people, and I think a lot of people have found me to be a bit crazy when I've mentioned this, but society says you gotta love yourself, and I don't agree with that. I mean, it's true. If you try to deal with other people's things, who's gonna take care of you? You're not living their life, you're living your life. You gotta look out for yourself. You gotta look out for yourself. You're number one. All right, because nobody else is gonna prioritize you. And especially for someone like me, I should theoretically have family that would look out for me, that would be there for me. I don't have that though. I mean, yeah, I guess I'll explain that. Some other things later. It's tough. It's tough. Life is tough. The world is tough, and so you gotta toughen up to it. I wish it was different though, I've talked about this for a long time, and I started making a whole big deal, and I sound really corny and cringe, and when I'm like, there's a lack of love in the world. I understand that I'm corny as fuck, but what I mean to say is everyone's priority everyone's priorities themselves. Nobody cares about you. I saw a motivational video once, and basically what was said is if you're watching TV, you be watching TV, and you're watching the ads, and there's an ad for that dog shelter, and you see a puppy that's he needs a home. He's already had a rough life, and it's not going to get much better when he's in there. He needs a home. Poor guy. And what happens is you take empathy. You care about that dog. And you feel sad. You feel emotion. You care about the dog. And you want to help. You see that it needs help. You see this, and you understand. It tugs on your heart a little. Taco Bell, dude. Oh, Taco Bell. Now there's a Taco Bell ad, bro. We should get Taco Bell, bro. Actually, real talk. Outside of bro, I haven't had Taco Bell in a long time, bro. I love Taco Bell. Anyways, listen. Now there's a Taco Bell ad, and now I want some Taco Bell. You don't care about the dog. You feel bad for it. And so you care about it in that way. You have emotion. It made you sad, yes. But You don't care about the dog. There's a difference. You don't love the dog. Yeah, a lot of people have cared, where they feel bad, and they've seen me hurting. They've seen, you know, what I've gone through, and, you know, the situation that I've been in, and they say, oh, I care. And I think a lot of you know, sad people get this one wrong. People do care about you. It is true. There's people who feel bad for you. Taco Bell. And now they don't feel bad for you no more. And it's over. And nobody's going to do anything for you. And that's the difference. Nobody loves you. That's the difference. Nobody really cares about you, is how I'll put it. Okay? So no, don't get it mistaken. No, there are a lot of people who are sad and who are very corny when they look for help, and so, you know, people laugh at that. And look, I laugh at myself, realistically. I for the most part, people have agreed that I've done pretty well to, you know, not be manipulative when I seek help. I mean, for the whole time, you know, Minecraft and even into vrchat, you know, my two best friends, you know, they didn't feel manipulated. They cared about me. They wanted to help me. You know, it's not that I was, you know, whining and bitching about, you know, all my problems. They wanted to hear about it. And but and so yeah, there's a difference. All right. And I think that one's important as far as mental health. I think mental health is really important, but people do need attention, but you can't just whine and complain. You know, you have to build a friendship. Otherwise, people feel bad, but they don't care. Or if you really whine and complain too much, they won't even feel bad. You're just corny. Yeah, there's a lot of examples. My mind went like 1,000 different ways while I was saying all that, but yeah, I've always thought mental health has been important. I think it's a big deal. Look, I guess the example I'll use here is someone who's paralyzed from the neck down. They can't use their body, but they're still a person. I mean, physically they don't function. I mean, parts of them do function. Like you know, they have a beating heart and, you know, a working brain. Like they well, yeah, a beating heart. They yeah, working eyeballs, working lungs. You know, so they you know, someone who's paralyzed, that's a person, and that's just fine. They're just, you know, their body doesn't work, but when someone is doing poorly mentally and their mind doesn't work, but their body still has, you know, basic motor functions, their body can still work, that's considered a zombie. When someone has no mind, I mean, obviously parts of their mind still work because they're able to, like, you know, target a victim, you know, and they're able to, you know, activate muscles. So part of their mind still works, but they're not mentally present. And this is in horror movies. That's a zombie, basically. All right, they're like rotting or something. Whatever. Look, it's sad to see someone with Alzheimer's or dementia. They don't know who they are. They don't know who you are. They've kind of lost who they are, and that's tragic. But someone who's, you know, disabled, they've lost, you know, their ability to walk, but that's not as big of a deal. I would argue that mental health is at least half of what makes a person. Probably more, but at least half. I think mental health is extremely important to humanity, to a person, to everyone. I think that's what makes people who they are. Is their mind, how they think, their personality, the words they use, how they talk. You know? But mental health is never really taken seriously. I think it's a big deal, but people find me to be corny when I think it's a big deal. I mean, not necessarily. People have praised me for saying, you know, I talk about it on Twitter. I've always thought it's a big deal, and you know, I've said things like, you know, people are like gold because they're valuable or something. If you need help, you know, reach out. Don't reach out. Realistically, don't reach out. I tried that shit. Worst mistake of my life. Listen, that's not the point. Oh well, it is, but not right now. Dude, I think mental health is a big deal, but a lot of people don't take it seriously, and I think it's evident. I mean, I've looked at some statistics. The scale is 100,000 times. You are 100,000 times. I think it's in America that I did. It's not. I don't think it was global. I think it was in America. But in America, the average person is 100,000 times more likely to take themselves out, slam themselves out behind the shed with a shotgun, or well, you know, whatever tool. You know what I'm talking about. Take themselves out, you know, disappear, be gone. 100,000 times more likely than to be killed by a shark bite or a shark attack. 100,000 times more people die because of themselves than they do to a shark attack, and I think that's significant. That's a really big number. Wow. You know, when you go to the beach and there's warning signs and there's like a fin swimming around in the water, you're like, maybe I shouldn't go in there. You heed the warning signs, but when you see a depressed person, nobody cares. Actually, that's funny. Let's laugh at them. They're corny as hell. What the fuck? That's funny. It's funny, bro. Mental health is funny. Seeing someone suffer that shit's hilarious, bro. Because they be corny and they be like, there's a lack of love in the world, bro. That's for real. So, and it's not due to like, I mean, bro, if you're at that point, you're probably suffering, right? And so, you know, it's not that like a shark bite is just like so painful. You know, it's just I don't know, it's just scarier. It's just scarier. If you saw that, then you would advise your friend to not go in the water. But if you see your friend have warning signs of, you know, hardcore depression, you just wait. Just take some antidepressants. We're gonna have to go on that tangent in a little bit. Realistically, we'll go on that in a little bit, but nobody cares, and so I thought to myself, maybe it's just because it's so normal, it's so frequent that, you know, people are depressed, and so it's just normal. But then I did the statistic, and you're 6 times more likely to die from cancer than you are to slam yourself out. But cancer is a big deal. Cancer is nothing to laugh at. That's sad. Why does no one care about mental health? And that's now the question in my mind. Is it because, you know, you just can't see? Maybe they're just crying wolf. Maybe they're just, you know, doing it for attention. And I suppose that's fair. But then I actually, well, I'm not sure. If someone breaks their leg, if you break your leg, your natural response is to make a loud noise and yell and or scream. And you're yelling or screaming to get people's attention. You're doing it for attention. Well, you need that attention, you know, because you have a broken leg. But realistically, that doesn't put your life in danger. That didn't threaten your life. It just hurts really bad. It just, you know, disables you from, like, you know, being able to do things. But that's like, that won't kill you. And depression won't kill you. It won't. You're fine. You can suck it up. Walk it off. Well, not, walk it off. But, you know, hop on one foot it off. Like, it'll, like, I mean, it could heal by itself. Or maybe you can just deal with it for the rest of your life. Just take some pain medication, antidepressants, You'll be fine. It's not life-threatening. Depression isn't life-threatening, and neither is a broken leg. And so just you yelling about it, you're an attention seeker. That's manipulative. And people will say there's a difference, and find the difference. If you've dealt with depression, it's painful. It's painful, not physically, but it's like torture. Or it's been like torture for me. Maybe I've had it a little worse than some people, but people have definitely had it worse than me. And so, I mean, yeah, I think it's fair. I think it's fair if someone is going through a lot to call out for help. That shouldn't be looked down upon. The fuck? That's crazy to me that it's so looked down upon. When people show that they have signs of depression, they're just emo. Oh, maybe they're just a bad person. I'm not gonna help them. They can take some antidepressants. Let's go on that tangent, bro. Find me one functioning person that takes antidepressants. Bro, find me that one guy. Now, I mean, I did kind of find that one guy, actually. I'll be honest. And it's possible, but maybe I should draw the difference with this. They're called antidepressants. They're not called okay pills or happy pills. They're just called not sad pills. They don't add happiness. They don't fix anything. They just make you not depressed. All right? And so when you feel nothing but depression and then you don't have that no more, you feel nothing. And that's generally how it goes. And generally when people are on medication like that, they don't really notice it for themselves, but people generally change quite a bit when they go on something like that. All right? It messes with you a little bit. All right? It's tough. There's a reason why on most medications like that, it says, hey, this could make your depression worse. Because a lot of times people are just trying to feel happiness, and that does not make you feel happiness. It just makes you not feel sad. It never made you feel happy. It's maybe a little easier to feel happy when you don't feel sad, but you can't feel nothing, bro. And that bothers a lot of people. And so there's that warning. All right? That's why. And I mean, people have told me, oh, you just antidepressants. I already know how to numb myself. I've done that for years. My mom screams at me and I just don't care, and it doesn't bother me. I don't cry about it later. It doesn't frustrate me. It doesn't make me anxious. It doesn't, if you deal with some stranger yelling at you, there's a bit of adrenaline. There's a bit of stress in your mind. I was just numb to it. I didn't care. I know how to be numb. Right? I once again, I talk to mental health professionals, like a therapist and the dude at the crisis center, and they're like, hey, like, yeah, no, you got it. You're like, you know what you're doing. You know how to. You just gotta move on from some things. You just gotta make some new friends. But I think maybe the distinction now that I should clarify is when you break your leg and you call out for help, you're not expecting that person to stay by your side and get you a bowl of soup and just hang out with you for the weeks or months that it takes for you to heal. The help is temporary, and this is because the only reason they would help is out of empathy, and empathy only lasts so long. This is very evident with liquid, realistically, but that's just how it works. You can't just go to a random stranger and you can ask them for help, and if you get empathy out of them, yeah, they'll feel bad for you, but there's only so much they're gonna do. Okay, that's just how it is. It's important to build a genuine and actual friendship, and I know that. That's why I built a real, genuine friendship with, Sabi and Liquid before I went and yapped about my problems. All right? Because now I'm not just, asking some random stranger to help me out with now I'm asking someone who's close, I'm already close with, I've already built a connection with, who's already willing to help. Okay? That's the difference, all right? You can't expect a random stranger to sit there with you for the weeks or months it takes for your leg to heal. You need to ask a good close friend. or a family member, but I don't really have, family members to go ask, in my situation. So, but a good close friend. But close friends, a lot of people, I feel like, mistake a close friend for someone that you just hang out with a lot, or you get along with really well. It takes time, I mean, if you get put in jail and you have bond, and who's gonna pay your bond? Is it some person that you met a couple weeks ago that you get along with really well, or is it gonna be a family member? And usually it's a family member or a very close friend. All right, it's generally not someone. It's not generally not the person that you're closest with, not the person that you spend the most time with, or you get along with the best. It's someone that you've known for a long time. And that's who you kind of resort to. All right, if you get kicked out of your apartment, you're homeless, who are you gonna ask? Some dude online that you've known for a month or two, or are you gonna ask for people that you're not as close with, but that you've known for a lot longer? And it's the second option. It really is. Time is very important, and that's why I invested the amount of time that I did. I meant to invest more time in these people before moving in with them. I was gonna move out on my own. When I lived in Ohio, I was gonna move somewhere in Ohio and then hang out there for like maybe 6 months, maybe a year, and then move to Texas. And that would have given me more time. Then I would move to Texas mid to late 2023 or something like that. That was the plan. That's why I was gonna move out in 2022 and move to Texas a little later in 23. But it is what it is. But time is very important, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. And so that's why, you can't just, yap and complain about your problems, because, I mean, oh, that poor sad dog. Talk about empathy only lasts so long, and so you gotta, you have to build a friendship first. That's important. And I've done that, and so I've done that, and I think that's why a lot of people have found me to not really be too manipulative. But as far as friendships, I mean, there's a lot to be said there, I think. There's probably a lot of other things that I could cover in all of this, but I think the primary point that I want to go for in all of this that I've learned, yeah, I'm not sure everything that I want to explain, and I feel like I'm going to explain some things out of order, but if I can back up just a little bit before the primary thing, well, to do with that, look, I've cared about mental health. It's been really significant to me, and so I've always wanted to say, hey, you're valid, you're worth it, you're loved, and I've said that in my videos. I started doing that when I started, really hitting depression. That was 2020. You're valid, you're worth it, you're loved, and I'd say that. I meant it, but we hate to break it to you, it is just not true. You're not valid, you're not worth it, you're not loved. Oh no, oh, it's bad. Look, bro, look. My problems just weren't valid. When I go complain to Liquid, that was not valid. When I expect Cybe to stick with me, the reasons that I said what I said, that is not valid to a lot of people, and the awkwardness, I was not worth sticking with for Cybe. I just wasn't worth it. Loved? Well, neither of them talk to me now, so we do not think we are loved. And it's not just that group, it's been everybody else. I have complained in the past, way before anything to do with the internet. I'd go to church, I'd be part of Bible study and this and that, we're close, we're all buddies, we can share about our problems and such. And I'd talk about things that are going on. I didn't want to say too much because I'm under threat from my mom, but I would open up a little bit here and there, and they just didn't care. The fuck, they didn't. That wasn't what they were worried about. You just, your mom You don't get along with your mom. You're just not spiritual enough. I'm like, bro, there's only so much I can say. The heck? Assault with a deadly weapon, throwing a knife at your kid is just, that's not I don't think that's like a spiritual enough thing, I don't know. But, it's, yeah. In church, my problems have not been valid. I'm just not worth it. And, I've been found to be a little bit awkward by people. Yeah, I didn't have really many friends. I'm not worth it. They don't really care. I'm not loved. Not by my parents. That's okay. I've reached out to people for help. At this point, my problems were not valid. I've a lot of people have shown thoroughly that I'm just not worth it. And yeah, we're not very loved. It's just not the case. And so I'm sorry for anyone that I misled. But it's just not the case. You're not valid, you're not worth it, you're not loved. Maybe if you build like a really good friendship, or if you have a good family, but family only goes so far. I mean, a lot of people have messed up families, divorce and such, and so yeah, it's tough. And there's a lot of people who will care and feel bad, but they feel bad about that dog on TV too, and then talk about. And so that only gets you so far. Realistically, you're not valid, you're not worth it. Nobody cares. All right, people will feel bad for you if you build a friendship first. If you just yap and complain, nobody cares, like, at all. But like, you build a friendship, you give them a reason to care, and they'll care for a little bit, but what are they gonna do for you? Nobody's really there for you. And if you mess up, they're out. They're taken off. All right, I've seen that so many times on the internet. Just people will go through a small bump in the road, and a friendship will fall apart over it. And I mean, it happens. You're not worth it. Your friendship is not worth the work for the other person. They can find new friends. You're not worth it. Human life is not like gold. Gold is rare. People, there's 8 billion of them. And they're all a piece of work, realistically. So it's tough. It's tough, but you gotta suck it up. You gotta understand that. You gotta live your own life, You gotta stay in your lane. Like I said earlier, you gotta get your own bag, smoke your own weed. You gotta get them 25 bucks or something. You gotta make your own money. You gotta live your life. All right. You can't depend on people to make you happy. Go buy a fancy car. I mean, I was saying earlier about mental health, and I was going to get back to this, but people are so significant in mental health. And I was talking about Alzheimer's and the other one, I forgot, but I remember Alzheimer's is actually what the statistic I believe was for, but people are significantly less likely to have Alzheimer's if they have loving family, if they're in a loving marriage, even at old age, regardless of age. And it's I've seen it actually. It's a bit common when someone's been happily married and their partner passes, their mental health starts going down. People are so significant to mental health. I mean, look, when I'm sad and crying about things, and whatever therapists say, yeah, go make some friends. When you're going through a lot, you want to be around people. Now, generally, people don't want to be around others, because if you're not close with anybody, those are vulnerable emotions, and you don't want to be hurt, and so you fear showing those emotions. And so that's why people often hunker down, isolate. And that's why when people are depressed, they generally isolate, and it does make it worse. But I mean, those emotions are a huge deal to them at that point. And what are they going to do? Just kind of throw those out to anybody and everybody, and they get more hurt? Like, that's like just not the way to do it up. So let's not do all that. Yeah, I was gonna explain something, but now I'm like down the other tangent. Yeah. It's tough. It sucks. I mean, this is something else I can explain, I think pretty well. I don't know quite the accuracy of it, but I think, well, yeah, I don't know. It's just humans, other people are just, they're really important to mental health. I mean, if this video does get flagged on YouTube, if it gets flagged, for the subject that I'm talking about, it'll say at the bottom, it'll say a little disclaimer, and it'll have the numbers 9 and then 8 and then another 8. But what it'll say is, the first words are, "You are not alone." And how does YouTube know I'm lonely? If I'm dealing with depression, how do they know I'm lonely? And realistically, that's how it works. There are other, reasons for depression. It's often stress. If you lose a job, or you have to quit your job for a stupid reason, that can obviously cause depression, or stress from, like, losing, like, your life goals, your life journey or something. A lot of people, I feel like, are just depressed over stress. Like, if your job kind of sucks and you just don't have a car, and it's just like everything's falling apart for you. There's other reasons for depression. There really are. But a huge thing is people. I mean, when you go through, like, loss, that's why there's funerals. It's so that everyone can gather, so you can be around family, people who you are close to, who you trust with those emotions. Because people, it makes a big deal. It does. I mean, there's a lot to be said at this point, and there's a lot of ways that I could go. Once again, this is off the top of my head. I mean, I've had like 2 years to think about it, but it's still off the top of my head. But yeah, crazy people are often, I mean, yeah, let me not put it that way. Crazy people, I'm a crazy person. I had some examples in my mind for this, and I'm kind of losing them, but really that's the biggest thing. If you ask anybody, hey, what do you do if you're feeling down? Hey, you should go to your friends about it. If you're feeling sad, a hug, the embrace of another human being, other humans, even pets, but especially humans. I'm on the internet, and so I see a lot of people get into their little internet relationships, and I think it's silly. Once again, a real relationship takes time, and a lot of people don't invest that. But a lot of people have told me, I'm feeling down, and the way to feel better is, to have somebody. And so I think a lot of people understand this. They get it. Even so, when I'm saying, you gotta make your own money and whatever, you gotta get all that money and buy fancy cars. A lot of people have said, you don't need nobody to be happy. You can just, riches and fame. Fame is people. You're looking for the acceptance of people, and when you're rich, you buy gold, or do you buy fancy cars? A lot of people, when they make that money, they want to flex. They want to have, nice things, so that they can show everybody their nice things, and their nice watch, and their nice clothes, and their nice car. And that's because you want the acceptance of others. It's still people. People look for the acceptance of others. That's a huge deal in mental health. You want to be accepted. And that's why when people are depressed, they fear others. They isolate. They fear others because they feel like they're not accepted, you know. And I mean, think about it for a little bit. You know, depressed people, nobody likes me. Nobody. Oh, they don't like you. So you know, like, I mean, if you're not accepted, they wouldn't like you. Like, it makes sense. People always want the acceptance of others, and feeling. I think really what it is, it's a survival instinct in the back of your head. I think the analogy I'll use here is, if it's a one person versus a lion, or gorilla, monkey, whatever. I don't remember. But if it's one person versus, let's say, a lion, who's gonna win? Clearly the lion. Then why are lions in a zoo, and why hasn't humanity not been shredded by lions? Realistically, and lions can they can shred you to bits, right? But somehow we're in control, and the reason for that is because humans have this skill that lions don't. They can coordinate. They work together. Numbers makes a huge difference than pure lion power or whatever. Numbers, it's a big deal, and everybody knows that, you know. And so when people are able to work together and coordinate, they're much stronger that way. And so everybody wants to be part of the pack. They want to be around people they can coordinate with, and that's why when you have things in common with someone, when you get along with them, you coordinate with them, that you like that person now. You wanna have people in your group. You wanna feel accepted, because you don't want to be kicked out. You don't want to face life alone, because I mean, you just can't overcome things like a lion. Or if you break your leg, you can't cry out to help for nobody. If nobody accepts you, you know, you just can't. And so everybody wants to be accepted. They want others around. They want their group, and which is good. It's, yeah, that's the correct thing. Yeah. But I think how often people go for this is, well, yeah, let me go for it this way. Often people find attraction to people who are big and tough, and you know, if you run into someone who's big and tough, you're gonna have respect for that person. You're not gonna mess around with them, because you know they can clobber you, but also because, hey, they'd be a valuable person to be accepted by. You know, in an attack with a lion, you want someone who can hold their own. You know, you want someone big and tough that's going to be able to take care of you. You know, and it's why we're often drawn away from people with disabilities. Not because someone with disabilities is less of a person. You know, if someone, for example, has Down syndrome, they're not less of a person, but something about that is a little bit off-putting, and that's because they're not going to be able to hold their own in our little group. You know, the acceptance of them doesn't really matter to you, so you don't really care. You don't really care for them. You don't need their acceptance. What are they going to do for you? You know, we always want the acceptance of someone who's, you know, famous, or someone who's really cool. Someone who's big and tough, who's better than you. That's who you want acceptance from. People want to be able to work for acceptance, and I guess that makes sense. You want the acceptance of someone who's bigger and better than you. You know, so that you can work up your way in life. I suppose that might be part of the mentality, but. You know, I don't know everything about that. I'm not no psychologist, but it's difficult because a lot of people don't get a lot of acceptance, and I don't know. I'm gonna start like going in circles now, I think, but a lot of people want to argue that there's like a mental health crisis in the world, and I'd kind of agree. A lot of people face depression. A lot of people face this, and loneliness is such a. I once again I argue it's such a big factor. People want a hug. They want somebody to cry to, but they're scared, and that makes them uncomfortable with things like that. I think that's. If I take a bit of a step back, I think that's part of the reason why Saibi was uncomfortable with me. I mean, online, I knew what was going on. I was doing my thing. He found me to be, I don't know, in a sense, big and tough. Not really, but I'd have other friends, but I give them attention, and so they felt like out of everybody, they felt special because out of everybody, I'd focus on them, and they were very special to me. And but I think when Saibi moved in with me, I think one of the reasons this was off-putting is, I mean, the feelings that he had. I mean, he argues. Well, yeah. At this point, he says that he's not gay, and hey, fair enough, and that's fine. But the feelings that he did have were, I mean, those are very vulnerable feelings, especially for someone like him, like a big, self-protection man. He can't be caught lacking like that, right? And so those are very sensitive feelings, and he wants to be very careful with that, and entrusting that to someone like me when I moved in. I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm a little slow to get my job, and I'm a little quiet. I'm asking him, oh, what do you want to do? I'm not making decisions, not the initiative. I'm not the big tough man that he maybe necessarily thought I was, and so I think that might have been part of it. But either way, that's not really the point I want to make. But I think what I'm going for is just it's easy to confuse things. A lot of people like to be around a bad boy, and they want someone big and tough who don't care about nothing. You wouldn't want to deal with someone who's super emotional and caught up on all the little things. Rather, someone who's numb actually seems appealing. And I mean, if you think it out, I don't think that's like actually usually a very good person. But it seems good. When someone just doesn't care and they just kind of do their thing, hey, that's a, they're not caught up on all the little things. That's probably a good person to, get acceptance from. And then, when you do get that acceptance, they don't care about nothing else, but they care about you. Now you feel really special and such. I get that. But generally someone who's very emotionless or careless, they look for the acceptance of others, or they just are careless realistically, and they care about themselves or something, and so it can be confusing. Realistically, a person who doesn't care about all the little things, a strong, an emotionally and mentally strong person, they're not going to be caught up on the little things. They're going to present themselves that way, but they know when to have emotion. They do have emotion, and they a real man will cry at his wife's funeral, but a fake man just he continues about his day, And a lot of people will see a fake man who's all big and tough. And he's like, yeah, I got my side bitch with me. And he's like, I make my own money. I do my thing. Oh, he's so cool and whatever. But he ain't give a no fuck about you, And so I think that's kind of sad. But all of that to say, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of other things that I want to say. Wow. Yeah. It's tough. I mean, the mind is weird, but I think people's minds are important once again. And I think mental health is really important. And I think when people don't care, and they want to be big and tough. They're looking out for themselves. But I mean, I get it. Society once again tells you you gotta love yourself. You're not living someone else's life. You're living your life. You gotta keep yourself number one. Fair enough. That's fine. I do understand, and so that's fair. Be confident. Do your thing. Make everybody accept you and like you. It'll get you pretty far in life. I won't lie. But I don't know. I guess toughness. I mean, there's an analogy I wanted to use, but I didn't really use it when I had the chance. But if I can go back a little bit, toughness is difficult. When I was talking about people who are, whining, complaining about every little thing, it is often thought of as corny when someone's depressed over something small. You gotta grow up, but they do. They have to grow up, and the problem is a lot of people don't have that chance to grow up. I didn't. My parents didn't help me grow up. They're like get over it. Growing up is very difficult for me mentally because I didn't really have a good chance to grow up. Not well. I guess how I want to quantify this is if you step on rocks, gravel, if you walk on gravel, it'll hurt. And but that's good for you. You walk on that gravel and you got soft like baby feet, but you walk on that gravel and then you take your time, you let your feet heal. It hurts, but you get through it and your feet toughen and they grow callous. And now you can walk on bigger rocks and sharper rocks. The distinction that I want to make is I argue people are valid and their problems are valid, even if they're small. Someone who isn't toughened up, if they go through too much, if they walk on too harsh gravel, they're gonna cut their feet open. They're gonna bleed. Yeah, they didn't toughen up, and they're weak sauce, but that's how it is. And so they can't take a lot, and there are people who can't take a lot, and they're just not toughened up, and you got to be understanding of that. I understand with mental health. I mentioned this earlier, and I'll kind of go for the other side of it, but there are a lot of people. You can't really tell. I mean, a broken leg, you can see that it's broken, but mental health, people pretend, and they just want attention because they just want acceptance. They want to feel good. And it's not necessarily that they're really going for anything. They're just kind of crying wolf. That's an old term. I don't know if people still use that, but you can look that up. I don't care. But a lot of people do. They just seek attention. They're manipulative about it. Maybe they are going through something, but instead of like talking about that, they're like complaining and whining about stupid shit. And I don't think that's fair. That's not a good thing to do. Let's not do that. That's no good. You gotta toughen up. You can build a friendship. You can go to people about those little things, but crying over little things, you gotta walk on those rocks, and it's gonna hurt. But you gotta grow that callus. You gotta toughen up. But do understand when somebody isn't tough and they go through too much and they walk on rocks that are too sharp, they will cut their feet. And people really do. They go through too much, and even though those rocks, I can take it, and yeah, they hurt, but they don't cut my feet, but they cut your feet. Just because I can take it doesn't mean somebody else can. And so I think it's important to take people's problems seriously, unless you can validate that they are doing it for their own attention or whatever. Not validate, verify, but whatever. Yeah, it's tough that people do that, and they shouldn't. They really shouldn't. I don't like that. But it's difficult. It's definitely difficult, and I do also want to argue when even if you have very callous feet, even if you've worked yourself, sharper rocks and, bigger rocks, and you keep walking on that, you keep toughening up your feet. There's only so much you can take. It doesn't matter how tough your feet are. If you step on a needle directly, like straight, it's gonna stab you. You're gonna bleed, no matter what. There's no amount of toughness for that. A lot of people have said, hey, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and they're like, you can get through this. And happiness is often in contrast to sadness, and they'll say, when you go through something sad, then the happy that comes after is so much more happy. The AC doesn't feel that good until you're outside in the heat, all day, and then it feels really good. It's in contrast. And they say, you've gone through so much sadness, so the contrast, when you do have that happy time in your life, it'll be so happy. That's you're going to experience it. And I don't think that's true. I can prove it. I mean, yeah, that's not true. Not necessarily. People have gone through hard times. For example, war veterans, and they come back from Vietnam, and they have PTSD. And living at home is so much better in contrast to what they went through, but that's not what matters. I mean, when you have PTSD, it's tough. It's tough, and it's not, you're not just happy in contrast to the things that you went through. There's only so much someone can take, and I think at that point they've taken too much. They stepped on that needle. They're bleeding now. It's over. It's not toughness no more. You can't be tough enough for that, and so they go through a lot, and it's very sad. It's difficult. Yeah, I don't know. There's only so much you can take, and there's only so much I can take. If someone's walking on rocks and they're practicing, they're doing it up. If you never give your feet time to rest, you're still going to cut up your feet eventually. And if you never grow into those, if you never toughen up for those sharper rocks, you're going to cut your feet up. And so I argue that's where I am. People say, hey, you'll come out on it on top. No. There's only so much you can take. And I don't mean to compare myself to a veteran. Once, like I said before, people have been through much worse than me. I don't have it the worst, but what I do have is I haven't had that ability to heal. I attempted to when I first moved to Texas. I was just taking a breather, but that didn't turn out. I was awkward. That's how that turned out for me. And so I haven't really gotten a chance to heal. And that's tough. That's rough. And so, and I haven't really been able to, I mean, in a sense I have toughened up, dealing with what I've dealt with in my life, but I didn't get to grow up. I didn't have I don't know how to put it really much better. I wasn't raised very well, and I didn't have the chance to grow up in certain ways. I'm not a very mature person. I'm just not. And so trying to handle all of this, it's a little too much. I think my feet are a bit cut up, and that's rough. And so I take a bit of empathy on people who have cut up feet. People who, maybe who haven't been through the worst. I've met a lot of people who, don't have it as bad as me, but I think their problems are still valid, and that's been the case. I mean, before I went on through all of this, I mean, I'd go on Twitter and I'd say, hey, I'd talk about mental health. I've reached out to people, even people who haven't wanted help. I've always thought of this as a big deal. because I don't like people seeing people struggle in their own mind. That's it. It's tough. I know how it goes, and it's tough. I think people's problems should be worth it. I think they should be valid. But it's sad to see that that's just not the case, really. And so, I mean, I don't know. I have kind of come up with my thought process on all of it. I think there's a lack of love in the world. I think that when you love yourself, you're only loving one person as opposed to 8 billion people. Everyone could love themselves, but what if someone is in need? Yeah, I can love myself and I can make my own money and do my own thing and stay in my lane. And what if somebody what if their house burns down? How do they make their money? How do they manage to love themselves at that point? They need help. I think that the concept, and people will say, oh no, there's it's people try to defend it a lot, and I understand, but not really. If everyone loves themselves, nobody's going to help anybody. If you're feeling down, just love yourself. Yeah, figure that out. If the stress of life is too much, just I don't know, accept yourself. Don't be stressed. If you're in the arena with a lion, just I don't know, just get over it. Just do it up. You don't need help from nobody. You just gotta stay in your lane. You just gotta, you just gotta try your best. And that's what people say. You just gotta love yourself. I don't think that works. I don't think that's fair. I think it'd work a little better if people loved others, If I sacrifice for someone, now I'm at a loss. But if I ask for help, someone sacrifices for me, and the next person sacrifices for them, things kind of equal out. And I don't mean for that to go in like a political way. There are political things that sound like what I'm trying to say, but I don't think the government can distribute mental health, and I don't think that should be a government's job. I think that should be every single person's own conviction. I think the world would work better if everyone thought higher of those around them. I think it's sad when someone's selfish. This is generally thought of as a bad thing, but when I've explained it and I talk about it to people, they're like, no, it's okay to be selfish. You gotta love yourself, And I'm like, I've talked to a lot of people about mental health, and I talk about it in a certain way, and I've given maybe some cringe examples, something about like a cat and your carpet or something, but I've tried to paint a picture where you would help someone else, and people say it's okay to be selfish sometimes. And I'm like, then why is it not okay to be selfish? I've used this analogy many times, and I'll use it here. If you're at a table with a bunch of food on it, actually not a bunch of food, just enough for one person, and you're at that table and someone's sitting across the table from you. It's a starving child. Who should eat the food? I mean, you're both human. You're both valid. You're both worth the food. Your hunger is both valid. Except, you ate breakfast, and so you're hungry, but you'll be okay. But they haven't eaten in several days. Who deserves the food? Well, either of you do, but either of you are there. But, so the fair thing is to split it in half. But I'm not sure if that's like the correct thing. I think it's more correct to sacrifice for that person who's starving. They're in greater need. I think that's what I mean when I've talked about whatever lack of love. People are in need, and people say, "Oh, just love yourself," Not take everything for yourself. And a lot of people have tried to validate that, and they're like, some people have tried to validate, you should. It's okay to be selfish. It's okay to take a little more, sometimes. But when posed with a picture like how I just did, a lot of people will say, yeah, you should take half, or you should give some to the other person. But I know that they don't mean it, because how many starving children are there in third world countries right now? Ain't nobody care. It's a big deal when it's right in front of you, just like it's a big deal when there's an ad on TV for the fucking puppy dog. But it's not a big deal. You don't actually care. You don't actually care about starving people, because there's actually starving people, and you do not do anything. And so I think it's so silly when people say, yeah, I would I'd sacrifice. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. I think it's the right thing to do, though. If someone's struggling mentally and they're in in need of help, and they have a greater need than you should be willing to sacrifice. But nobody wants to sacrifice. Rather, they'd rather love themselves and take at least half, maybe more. I mean, you gotta make your own money. You gotta do your thing. You gotta get ahead, all right? And so you gotta take a little more than, a lot of people argue. You gotta get ahead. That's what you gotta do. You gotta get out the hood. And how you gonna get out the hood if you don't be eating a little extra? It's okay to take more than half when the other person's starving. That's what I've learned. That's how it works in life. A lot of people, I'm putting this very explicitly, and so a lot of people won't agree, but I've put this implicitly before. I've explained things. I've tried to talk to people about this. I've tried to get different perspectives. No, everybody agrees. When you explain it a certain way, everybody agrees. No, yeah, you should help others in need, and you should be there. And I'm like, okay. So then, I mean, if I was in need, why is it wrong for Sebi to take off? And people will say, there's a balance, this and that, and I agree. I mean, you are still hungry. You don't want to be the one starving. If you keep on, being meeting. There's a lot more than just one starving child, and so if the next starving child comes the next day, you don't want to go several days without eating. So you got to eat a little bit, yeah. But you should not be the priority, and I think that's how it works in the world. You shouldn't be the priority. Everyone else should. You should prioritize others. If you gave all the food to the starving child, now you have a need, and you can ask someone for food yourself. I think that's how it should work. I think less focus on the asking part, but when people should be willing to sacrifice. People shouldn't have to come to me and ask. I should be looking out for those around me. I think that's better. I think that's the correct thing to do. I think when someone breaks their leg and they call out for help, they're just making a bunch of noise or whatever, I should take it seriously. I should see that they have a need, and I should be willing to sacrifice my time. I should give them help. They have a greater need than me. I think that's how it should work. I think people should love each other. I think that you shouldn't prioritize yourself. You shouldn't love yourself. You should love others. I've always sought to do this, and a lot of people have found me in very good favor for doing this. I've messed up a few times here and there. I was not loving Savvy when I started, spitting my shit. We messed up. That's why I don't justify it, because what I did not align with how I think. But that's the thing. I don't like being a hypocrite. A lot of people are a hypocrite. A lot of people will say that they want to love others, and what they be looking out for themselves. They do not. They don't love others. I've seen that so many times. Actually, several people I've explained it to this. I said, look, you'll agree with me now that you love others, but you won't agree with me when it comes your turn. And several times it has come to the other person's turn, and they didn't like it no more. They really didn't. They didn't like my way of thinking. When they are the one that has to sacrifice now. I think what it comes back to is a hypocrite is when you make an exception for yourself because yourself is special and better than everyone else for some reason. And I don't like that way of thinking. Shouldn't be a hypocrite. Nobody likes a hypocrite. And I don't think you should love yourself because, once again, you're looking out for yourself, prioritizing yourself because you're better than everyone else. I think that's pride, and I don't really like that. I like when people are humble. Not humble in the sense where you think poorly of yourself, because you're still special and you're still yapping about all your problems. What about everybody else's problems? You're still being prideful. Even if you're crying about yourself and like putting yourself down, that's still pride, because all you think about is yourself. You should be humble. Forget about yourself. Think of others. I like it if the world worked that way. I think people should be humble. Kendrick Lamar, he had a point. I won't even lie. I think that's my biggest takeaway. That's what it's been for a very long time. But I think that's my thought process. I wish people were more humble. You're not special. But nobody else is special. And people should be willing to help you. They should be willing to love you. Your problems should be valid. You should be valid to others. They shouldn't be special to themselves. You should be worth it. You as a person shouldn't have to tell yourself, I'm valid, I'm worth it. Somebody else should be able to tell you, you're valid, you're worth it. Never in my videos did I say, hey guys, I'm so valid and worth it. Look at me go. I'm so cool and great. I'm famous. Look at all my YouTube subscribers. Never did I do that. Rather, I said, you guys, you're valid. You're worth it. And a lot of people found that in good favor. Because people like when you're humble. Now, if I go way back to when I was talking about people who are big and tough, sometimes people do say, I'm the shit. I'm like, I got my fancy car. I got my side hoe. People like to flex. And sometimes that can be confusing. Obviously, they're not humble. So why do you like that person so much? Well, I mean, they seem big and tough. So, maybe they're a good person to have on my team and my squad, and at the party. If I'm trying to deal with a lion, someone who's big and tough, I mean, who's not crying about like the little rocks on the ground in the arena because they're barefoot. If that's not their biggest problem, their problem is, and they can like actually fight a lion. I mean, like, yeah, numbers. That's a better person to have on my side. But I don't think that's the right thing to do. To have a fancy car so that everyone can see how cool you are, that's not humble. And I don't think that's the right way to go about life. It does give you acceptance. Other people accept you, but what are you going to do for those other people? Realistically, someone like that isn't going to do anything for nobody else. I mean, someone like that, not just someone that buys a fancy car, but someone who just looks for the acceptance of others and just doesn't really care, is what I meant. But you know what I mean, hopefully. I mean, I get flexing. Hey, I like fancy cars. I was gonna I was gonna buy a fucking fast motorbike, realistically. But the point isn't to get acceptance from others because, oh, look at me, I'm so cool and epic. Rather, I think it's better to get acceptance from others by being good to others and by building a friendship, giving them a reason to accept you. I think that's better. And then on the other side, when you're going through a lot, you're down, you're depressed, you shouldn't just yap and complain about your problems so that people will feel bad for you. You should build a genuine connection, a good friendship, and then they will want to help you. You shouldn't be thinking about yourself. You should be humble. I think that's the better way to go about life. It's definitely easier to make friends that way. And I think the best way to go about it, what I've told people, is think what's best for the other person. That's how you make friends. What's best for the other person? You know, you just always ask yourself that. What's best for them? And you do that. That's love. I think is doing what's best for the other person because they're special to you. Obviously, you can't sacrifice for everyone in the world. You can't do everything for everyone in the world. That's you don't have the resources. You just don't. You don't, and that's okay. And so that's why there's special people. That's why there's family. There's loved ones. That's the idea of special people, is people that you can prioritize furthermore, and you can sacrifice more. You can't pay everyone's bond to get them out of jail, but a family member, you'll pay their bond. But it takes time to build that specialness. It's not just you hang out a lot, or you feel like you connect, or you have a lot in common. Those are misunderstandings, I think. But it takes time to build that specialness. But with that specialness, I think that's very good to mental health. When someone will sacrifice for you and they love you and care about you, and you're able to sacrifice for them and you love them and care about them. This is a smaller loop of the bigger picture that I was talking about, but you're able to sacrifice for each other, and so it evens out, and you're able to fill in for the other person's weakness, and they're able to fill in for your weakness. You're stronger together. I think specialness is a good thing. I think it's very important to mental health to have special people. And when someone's special to you, then not special in the way, relationships and this and that. People often, internet people, and want to, get into relationships. But I mean, real life people too, realistically. I mean, but special, like a brother, a little brother. I don't know, a family member, a best friend, special, and you can help them, and they can help you. I don't know. I guess that's really all I have to say about that. I think the world works a lot better. I think there wouldn't really be war, if one country needs oil and another country has oil, instead of looking for how you can gain, look for a fair trade. Hey, let's give you give me oil, I can manufacture this, so let's to another country, this other country can give you this, and when you start bringing in more people, each country can fill in the weakness of another, and when people work together, they accomplish more. That's just how it goes. When people work in coordination. I'd like to cite the channel vrchat. I used to watch that back in the day, and he has a couple of videos. I'll try to find them and link them if I can. But there was one about mental health, and that was a while ago. I'll have to find that. But there was one about mental health, and he was citing specifically the idea of other people and their importance to mental health. he interviewed college students, and they were saying, he was asking what's going to make you happy, and they're talking about career and life opportunities, but then many years later they were interviewed again, and their perspectives changed, and they're like, they were asked, what makes you happy now? Family. Good relationships with other humans. That's what's important in life. That's what's significant to mental health is your relation and connection, your coordination with others. But yeah, if you're down, nobody's gonna help you out. There's another Veritas video, and it's along the same lines, and it's about coordination. Is a computer whatever thingy. It was something about a computer, but it's basically a game, and the idea is there's two players, and you have the option of coordinating with the other, or deflecting, not getting along with them. And so if both parties coordinate, I think it was like 3 points. If one party coordinates, the other one doesn't, the one who did not gets 5 points, the other one gets 0, vice versa. And then if neither coordinate, you get 0. And so really it was, if you just continue to not coordinate with the other person, you can just rack up 5 points at each time. And surely that's like how you get better points, but mathematically, it's not. Because the other person's not going to coordinate with you, and you're both going to end up with 5. You're both going to end up with 0. They're going to get 5 sometimes whenever you do decide to coordinate, and if you both don't be coordinating, you're going to end up at 0. It's best to coordinate. It's best to get along. And there was all kinds of I think how it went is they left up to a community or like people to write different scripts on how to play. Like for example, if one person coordinates, you should coordinate. If they decide not to, then you decide not to, or for that round, or maybe the next round, or whatever. Or you coordinate not coordinate like 3 times in a row or something. Like different ways to handle coordination or non-coordination. And the best ultimate strategy, despite all the other strategies, each these strategies were played against each other. And the best one was always the person who coordinates. If someone does not coordinate, you don't coordinate that one time, but you coordinate the next time. If they continue to not coordinate, I think you did like every once in a while you do coordinate to break the cycle. But yeah, if someone does you wrong, you do them wrong back. But if someone gets along with you, you continue to get along with them. Don't try to take advantage of it. And it's a point system. Mathematically, this would be a lot different if instead 3 it was 2.5, because that's halfway between 0 and 5. But and so mathematically, 3 is bigger than, if it's 5 but only half the time, 3 is bigger than that. So but in the real world, I think that's kind of how it works. When someone does you wrong, it's fair to do them, wrong back, in a sense. Not like if someone punches you, you should defend yourself, There's varying degrees. There's not like a point system. There's varying degrees of someone, not coordinating with you. But I think it is kind of how it works. Someone can take their anger out on you and punch you in the face, and they can feel better about themselves. And if you take that, then you kind of lose. You kind of get 0 points there. But if you start going back at them, it's gonna start a whole fight. You're gonna lose more. but to confront that, not be taken advantage of, not get stepped on. I think it's important to, in a sense, forgive a little bit, but still make them, not let them take advantage of you. And how I have gone about life for the most part is I generally try to forgive people, especially if it's a misunderstanding. I forgave Kota, and a lot of people ask me, why are you still friends with him? Especially people who knew him. I think it's important to forgive people. You gotta understand their side of things, But after enough of them not coordinating, you can't just let people step on you, And so it's I don't know. It's important to get along with people. That's how the world works, is when people work together and coordinate. And so it's important. It's important for mental health. It's important for everything else too. But I guess, when people don't coordinate with you, it's best to, point that out. Hey, you done messed up. Oftentimes it's a mistake. People don't generally, it depends. Oftentimes people won't be, just looking to hurt you. But people often do hurt you, and they didn't necessarily mean to. I said things that I didn't mean to say, and it's not because I mistyped or anything. I meant to say it, but I didn't mean to say it, if you're in math test and, you get an answer wrong, you really meant to write down that answer, but, that wasn't, you didn't mean to write that answer. And so you weren't intentionally, putting the wrong answer. So, a lot of times, it's best to get somebody else's side, try to work on things, not just, judge them, hold things against people. I don't think that's very humble. I don't think you're looking out for the other person. I think you're looking out for yourself. I think that you think you're special. But yeah, you do have to draw a limit somewhere, and I think that's another aspect of some of the things that's happened in my life. I've to an extent, I've let people step on me a little bit. It's not hard to take advantage of me. Bro never paid a penny of rent, and he's complaining about awkwardness. I'm paying for your rent, bro. That should not be the biggest thing on your mind. That seems, in a sense, to others, they've pointed it out, and they're like, that's pretty privileged of him. I don't know. I want to be careful not to stab at anybody, due to the widely varying audiences I have, but I think it's important to get along with others, and sometimes that includes sacrifice. Sometimes it's work. Actually, often it's work. In friendships and relationships, when you're like trying to coordinate with someone special, not just coordinate with anybody, but when it comes to someone special, that's work. It will be work. Relationships don't happen, they take work. I'm not sure what else to say. I think people should prioritize those around them greater than themselves. You shouldn't forget about yourself completely. You gotta eat food sometimes. You gotta look out. Make sure you're cleaned up. But then I think it is possible to, if you change your thinking just a little bit, live life completely and 100% for others. If you have friends, you gotta eat food so that you can keep yourself going, so that you can be there for your friends. Never look out for yourself. always just look out for the good of others. You got to keep yourself going so that you can give to others. You know, I think it's possible to live that way, but realistically, you know, we don't live in a world where everybody loves each other, and that's tough. Sucks. If you sacrifice for someone else, they're probably not going to sacrifice for you back. Maybe they will because they feel bad, but not in the long run. And nobody's going to sacrifice for you to like make up for what you gave. People won't coordinate. People coordinate when they need to. People get along when they get paid to. But nobody wants to get along. Everybody wants to be special. Everybody wants to be the famous guy. They want to make it up out the hood. They want to leave everybody else in the hood, though. Everybody, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't say everybody, but the vast majority, a lot of people, they're looking out for themselves. You know, how can I get the advantage? How can I get the upper end? And they don't look out for those around them, and I think how that ends is a lot of people with poor mental health, and a lot of people in poor situations, a lot of people in third world countries who could work but don't have the opportunity to. A lot of poverty, a lot of sadness, you know, a lot of hurt, just so that, you know, a few people can make it up and, you know, be great and famous and have their millions of dollars and such, and they can be better than everyone else. For what? I think that ruins the world. I don't think society improves when people are looking out for themselves. But unfortunately, that's the world we live in. People look out for themselves frequently. A lot of people will say they don't, and can give examples of when they don't, but it's not hard to see. People look out for themselves. It happens all the time. And, you know, it is what it is. And so when it comes to mental health, you know, I wish I could ask people for help. I have attempted to ask people for help, you know. I didn't with my friends, and, you know, I wanted help. I became more and more desperate, and, you know, I wasn't really asking. It's kind of saying, I'm gonna do this to myself, you know. I'm gonna do it. I'm taking myself out, slap myself out, you know. They've offered help. They wanted to help. They knew that, you know, I was struggling, you know. I'd like to think that I could ask for help, and they didn't want to help me no more, you know. They gotta make their own money. They gotta do their own thing. They stay in their lane. And it sucks. And so at a point now where I am, I've dug myself quite the hole, and it would take a lot of help. And I understand there's a lot of people who feel terrible for me, who care, but that's just empathy. I'm just that dog on TV, and next is the Taco Bell ad, you know. A lot of people don't have the resources to help me, and for some of the people who do, you know, is, what are they gonna do, you know? Who's gonna sacrifice for me? And there are some people who do have the resources and who would sacrifice for me, but I don't want to play on their empathy. I like to learn from my mistakes, and I've manipulated people in the past, and I don't mean to do that. You know, when what I said to Saibi was very manipulative, I don't think that's right. I shouldn't. I mean, I expected him to help me because, you know, he offered that, but at this point now where he's not offering it no more, attempting to play with his emotions, and that's not the correct thing to do. You shouldn't use someone's emotions to get your own help. And so I think it's not fair. So I wish I lived in a world where I could just kind of ask for help. I wish I lived in a world where people could sacrifice and others could sacrifice for them, where it's a big circle where, people can help each other. People are looking out for each other, and I could be looked out for, but ain't nobody looking out for me, You gotta accept that. A lot of people have said that. A lot of people have come to me, and, I say I made a few friends here and there. I've ran into a lot of people on the internet, and even as of recent, and a lot of people, have said, oh, they feel terrible for me, and they can take empathy. I want to help, and often it's just a matter of feelings or emotion. They feel bad for me, but that comes and goes. People have come to me and said, I want to do this and that for you, and I say, just hang out with me. It takes time to build a friendship. Hang out with me. Just stick with me. Just be cool with me. I'll be cool with you. And they don't stick with me. They felt bad at the time. They're off doing their thing now. It happens, and that's okay. You can't expect someone to stick with you. You can't expect someone to help you if they just feel bad. That's all right. It's not a bad thing. It just kind of sucks. Those who I have built a friendship with, though, there are some people who aren't in a position, don't have the resources to help, and realistically, when I had people that I did build that friendship with first, and then I asked for help. Awkwardness was more important. I made it nearly impossible was more important. I was a burden. I wasn't valid. I wasn't worth it. I was a burden. You gotta accept that. So I don't think I'm in a position where I can really ask anyone for help. I don't have like that good friendship built with anyone. It takes time, and I don't have that time. And I don't want to just use people's emotions against them. I think that's manipulative. Once again, I really wish I lived in a world where, people could just sacrifice for each other, and others would sacrifice for them. But that's not where I live. I like to learn from my mistakes, and I don't want to do the same thing that I've done before. With my last two best friends. So where I am now, once again, I feel like I've been in purgatory in a sense. I just kind of be hanging out, I'm just here, and it's tough. I'm pretty messed up emotionally and mentally. I'm at a point where I can laugh at it, and so a lot of people would think that I've moved on, and that's just not true. That's something I forgot to mention. A lot of people have been upset with how I've handled things with Ivy, and that's one other thing, just one other element to it. I cared about him. I think you should care about your friend. I think they should be valuable. And so I think that it should be a big deal when things aren't working out. And you shouldn't just be able to move on, If a family member, passed and you went to the funeral and you just didn't really care, and you're just on your phone and you just go about your life, that's weird. That's clearly you weren't close with them, because obviously you don't care. Their life didn't mean anything to you, You shouldn't just be able to move on from someone that you actually, love, that you actually care about. But people expected me to move on from him. I'm really sorry. He was a very good friend to me, and he meant a lot to me. And so that is significant to me. And that's why I was so emotionally invested in it. That's what emotionally invested. I mean, sadness, depression, those are emotions. In a sense, sadness is an emotion for sure. Depression is caused from emotions, and so if your emotions are invested in someone like my mom, I'm gonna be depressed. That's just how it works. I mean, if she'd be screaming at me all day, you know, I'm gonna be depressed. That's just how it is. But when you're not invested in that, and when you just don't care about your mom, then suddenly I'm not depressed no more. And I knew that. And, you know, my dad wants to call me apathetic. Of course, I'm not invested in that. I'm not gonna, my mental health was bad enough. I didn't need to be invested in that. You know, that wasn't wise. I know how to move on, to take your emotions out of something, but to put it into something else is to truly move on. And as of right now, I don't have anywhere to put those. You know, I don't have any close friends, and I could just throw my mental health at somebody, but that's expecting someone, when you have a broken leg, to sit with you for weeks and months while you heal. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's the right thing to do. Maybe they feel bad for me and they say they're willing to. That's just playing with their emotions, I think. I'm not sure if that's fair. But either way, I've told people I'm sure I could move on. I'm sure I could, but I don't know if it's worth it. I'm at a point where I really just don't have opportunity in life. When you go through a lot of stress, sometimes you can't really take much, and you just kind of sit there, and that's kind of me, you know. I don't know how to put that really. I just kind of be sitting here. I try to take any amount of responsibility. I try to do something, you know. I've tried to get help. I've tried to, let's do something. Let's clean up a little bit. Let's go out. And I have to really push myself. It's hard. The amount of work that I'd have to do to move out, to move to a new place, to work a job, to, get myself back on my feet. I don't have the capacity for that right now, and so I need someone to basically babysit me, and to ask all that of someone, of people that I've only met recently. I don't think that's fair. And so I'm at a point where I can't really ask for help, and so that's why I am where I am. But it sucks. It's tough, but I don't know. At the end of the day, that's what I've learned. I wish the world was a place where people could sacrifice, If Saibi liked way back in the day, and this is in one of the videos, where I just wasn't concerned. He's like, do you like to be like the big cuddle or the little when you're cuddling on vrchat? And I said, it's whatever makes you happy, gang. I'm not worried about myself. I'm not worried about my preferences. I haven't even given thought to it. It's whatever makes you happy. And I really wish that he could have given that back and not worried about his awkwardness and, hey Chad, what makes you happy? I asked him so many times throughout that entire situation what he wanted, what I can do for him, how I can fix things, and he never asked me. He just told me what he wanted and how he felt. He said, I want to be close friends. He never asked me how to resolve things. He just kind of told me things, and I asked him. But either way, I was going to say a little bit more on, emotionally invested. If I'm emotionally invested in my mom, obviously, when things are negative, I'm going to be sad. But when I was emotionally invested in, those friends, Saibi and Liquid, and things were positive, then it thoroughly helped my mental health, and so I was just very invested in them, and to uninvest myself. Well, I need something new to invest in. You know, it takes a lot of time either way. You don't just move on from someone you genuinely care about. And so when people are just telling me to move on, yeah, all right, okay, you got it. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say something else. Yeah, I don't know. I've moved on from a lot, and I don't. Yeah, I'm not at a point where I can just keep moving on. Where I am now is I'm just. I laugh at things, but where I am in life is I'm kind of closing my eyes, holding my ears, and saying la la la. How I live right now is not sustainable, and I'm not at a point where I could just get over it, and I don't have new things to invest in. I've lost a lot. I've cut my feet up, you know, and yeah, I don't know. It sucks. It's tough, but yeah, I don't have another way out of things really. So sorry this took so long, you know, but at the end of the day, like I was gonna say, I grew up religiously, and that there's a lot of that is on my mind, a lot, and I've taken, I take it as seriously as I can. You know, I've watched Christians, and I can't take them very seriously, but the religion itself, I mean, well, let me not use the word religion, but the Christian Bible, and how it kind of poses things, I understand it pretty well enough, and it definitely says, hey, you should be humble, treat others how you want to be treated, you're not special, and a lot of other religions say the same thing, of course, and a lot of religions really they agree on a lot of the same things, and I agree on many of those things as well, but I don't know, maybe there's a higher being, maybe instead of going and complaining to other people and wanting acceptance from them, maybe we're supposed to have acceptance from this higher being. Maybe he cares. I mean, theoretically, there's promises in the Bible that he won't leave you. He wouldn't just leave you over awkwardness. If those things are true, maybe that's the point. Maybe instead of seeking help from those around us, maybe we should seek help from someone who's bigger than us. Maybe that's why people like the acceptance from someone who's tough and strong and famous and socially, they're the shit and whatever. Maybe we want a higher being. Maybe we want the acceptance of someone bigger than us. But we want them to also care, and we want to be special. And theoretically, I mean, we would be special to that higher being. So it kind of makes sense, I suppose. And a lot of people argue, expectations and rules in the Bible, but realistically, I paid the full rent because I cared very much about my roommate, not because he asked me to. He wanted it. He offered to pay early on, and I said, no, that's okay. I wanted to give to my friend because he meant a lot to me, and I was willing to do, whatever it took to work things out with him. I was like, I wanted to make him comfortable, even if he had, silly expectations. I mean, I did have a yeah, I'm still yapping. I had in one of our conversations, I was asking him about boundaries and such, and he's like, a hug can only last 10 seconds. Imagine telling someone who's gone through depression their whole life, and you're like, you're aware of that, and you're best friends. And anyways, I'm sorry. We're jabbing too much. We shouldn't do that. But boundaries and such. That was funny. But anyways, I wanted to make him happy, my roommate, and maybe that's the point. Maybe the rules in the Bible aren't just, silly guidelines. They're just, that's how a higher being would, want things to work, and we're just doing him a favor, and we should be willing to do that if we really care about him. I don't know. In a way, some of this makes sense, but in a way, I mean, I make fun of online relationships realistically, and trying to have a best friendship with a higher power, with a book and talking to the air. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. It's theoretically possible though. And if you really emotionally invest yourself into a higher being, and you believe that the higher being is, always taking care of you, and it's positive, and they accept you, then, I mean, your emotions will be happier. I think that's sound psychologically. I think it makes sense, but then, I really, I don't know. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Seeing how this plays out with people who practice their religion, and seeing into their lives, watching people be fake, just straight up going against the rules when they're not at church. Yeah, I think it's silly. I can't really take it seriously, but I don't know. I might be crazy. I'll have to see, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I think there's a lack of love in the world, and I think that people should be willing to sacrifice for each other. I think everybody else is more important than you. I think it's best to be humble. I think it's best to look for the needs of others. Look out for what's best for others. Forget about yourself. You can make friends. They can worry about you. You don't have to worry about you. Go worry about others. Or is it? But also be aware of the current world, because that's not the world we live in. Ain't nobody care about you. Nobody's looking out for you. Nobody wants the best for you. You're not valid. You're not worth it. You're not loved. My friends do not love me no more. My mom did not love me, bro. It's just not how it goes. So, real shit. You gotta just live fast, die young. You gotta stay in your lane. You gotta get your money. You gotta flex. You gotta, bro, bag your bitches. Yeah, you make your own shit. You make your own life happen. Don't worry about nobody else's life. You don't live their life. You live your life. Live your life to the fullest. Do your shit. But maybe that's wrong. I don't know. Y'all figure it out. I think I'm done yapping. I think I'll quit. Oh, I'm just 2 minutes past 4. Whatever. I'll quit.